The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., January 17, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable Ron Estes to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 9, 2024, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and the minority leaders for morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes. But in no event shall debate continue beyond 11:50 a.m. The chair recognizes a gentlewoman from Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the 50th anniversary of the Southeast Iowa Regional Planning Commission. Since 1973, the Commission has transformed from merely a planning agency to a dynamic force in grant writing and program management. Through these initiatives, they have facilitated the investment of over $300 million in outside funds into our southeastern Iowa communities, influencing infrastructure, tourism, redevelopment, and housing initiatives. Congratulations to the Southeast Iowa Regional Planning Commission's Chair, Brent Schleichman, and Executive Director, Mike Norris, on their continuous work to adapt the organization's original priorities to today's challenges. Congratulations on your work, and I wish you 50 more years of success for Southeast Iowa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate the Clinton, Iowa Municipal Airport on their Distinguished General Aviation Award by the FAA. This prestigious award is quite significant, and this year marks the first time that this award has been given to an airport without commercial airline service. The FAA Central Regional selected Clinton Municipal Airport for its active community involvement, successful project submission, and contributions to the local economy. Jim Johnson, the FAA Central Region Director, also commended the airport's active local role, safety achievements, and modernized facilities. Congratulations to the entire team at the Clinton Municipal Airport for receiving this award and for your dedication to excellence and community service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate the HNI Corporation for being recognized among America's most responsible companies. Under the leadership of CEO Jeff Lorenger, HNI's commitment to corporate social responsibility shines through, securing its place on Newsweek's list for its 5th consecutive year. The company's focus on environmental sustainability and corporate governance is showcased by its impressive achievements, including a 64% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions and zero waste to landfills at multiple facilities. Congratulations on this achievement, and thank you for your dedication to creating a more sustainable future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate the University of Iowa's defensive coordinator, Phil Parker, who has been awarded the coveted Broyles Award. This accolade is presented each year to the top assistant coach in college football and recognized Parker's 25 years of dedication and leadership on the Hawkeyes coaching staff. This season, the team had an impressive defensive record, ranking 5th nationally in total defense, and played 27 consecutive games where they allowed 400 yards or less. Coach Parker has been instrumental in their success, which is reflected in the lowest defensive average since 2008. As the 3rd assistant coach to receive this award, I congratulate Coach Parker and the rest of the coaching staff on this impressive testament to the excellence of the University of Iowa. And go Hawkeyes! With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes a gentlewoman from Nevada, Ms. Lee, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the first week of the University of Nevada, Las Vegas's spring semester, a time when students should be excited to see their friends after winter break and faculty to begin to review the syllabus with an eager class. But sadly, this won't be a typical week back for the students of UNLV. That's because this first week is the first week that students will be returning to in-person classes since last month's horrifying shooting, in which a gunman took the lives of 3 professors and critically wounded a 4th. Thousands of students and faculty members were forced to huddle in classrooms behind locked and barricaded doors, waiting for hours to find out whether their campus was safe or not. Immediately after the shooting, I and many of my colleagues demanded once again that Congress do something, just anything, to curb our nation's gun violence epidemic. And since then, our country has witnessed another 70 school shootings. That's in just 6 weeks. But how many pieces of legislation to address gun violence have been brought to the floor in that time? 0. It's shameful. Instead, our far right has played partisan games to score cheap political points, threatening a government shutdown and completely dismissing the very real fear that students and educators at UNLV and across the country feel each and every day. That fear should not be normal. Nevadans are tired of it, and so am I. I want my colleagues to work together to end this 6th cycle of gun violence. Please honor these victims with action. And with that, I yield the remainder of my time.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Guam, Mr. Moylan, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to take this time to honor the life and legacy of the late Peter Richard Sgro, who sadly left this world on January 9th. Peter was iconic in so many levels that his outside-the-box vision and drive to effectuate change will be deeply missed. As an attorney, Peter always believed in seeking justice for his clients. He never walked away from a fight if he knew that virtue needed to prevail. And in his case, virtue certainly always prevailed. As the chairman of the board of the Guam Chamber of Commerce, Peter evidenced that he was an advocate for small businesses, particularly the little guy. He stood with them to challenge policies that would raise the cost of doing business. And his relentless ensured that he wouldn't sit down until compromise was made. As a businessman, Peter was a visionary, and this was clear when he worked aggressively to bring a private hospital to open its doors in Guam. Peter understood the necessities to improve and expand healthcare for families. And whenever we drive by the Guam Regional Medical City in the northern part of Guam, we can evidently see Peter's legacy on display. But for all the roles Peter embraced to help Guam prosper over the decades, there was none that he enjoyed more than being a father to Christopher, Matthew, Katerina, and Maria, and a grandfather to Ricardo, Natalina, and Mila. They were his foundation, his purpose, and his pride. My heart and my deepest condolences go out to them in this trying time. In 2022, as a Guam senator, I had the honor to recognize Peter and his legacy as his company, International Group, Inc., was celebrating an anniversary. I'm saddened that in such a short period of less than 2 years, I'm recognizing him under a different set of circumstances. Mr. Chairman, under this historic and sacred dome, and on behalf of a thankful nation and an appreciative island of Guam, I would like to honor the life and legacy of Peter Richard Sgro and to thank him for his many contributions to our island community. He will be dearly missed. Adios, my friend, till we meet again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman yield. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Ramirez, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today as the proud daughter of Guatemalan immigrants, the wife of a dreamer, and the representative of Illinois 3 a district proud of the contributions of the migrants who call it home, and a member of the Humboldt Park United Methodist Church. A church that is formed by immigrants, a church that has been serving the community for decades, and a church that built me and taught me to put my faith into action and to advocate for our shared humanity. As a Methodist, I would like to share a call for prayer and action for Metodistas Asociados Representando la Causa Hispanoamericana, the National Plan for Hispanic Latino Ministry of the United Methodist Church, and the General Board of Church and Society of the United Methodist Church. As we just celebrated the season of Epiphany, we were reminded again of the story of those three wise travelers who journeyed through many lands and borders in search of a newborn king. We're reminded that after they found the infant Jesus, his mother and Joseph, the true peril of their mission began. Herod's anxiety and paranoia led to one of the worst infant massacres recorded in the gospel text. And those earnest pilgrims, their story transformed the Holy Family's existence into a family that, much like today, seeking asylum in other lands, and in particular in our southern border. Therefore, we join in a call for the humane and sacred treatment of migrants, refugees, and those who seek asylum at our borders, as a recognition that the same Jesus who traveled with his family on that fateful night can still be found in the faces of all the families we see on our TV screens and our social media spaces. Along with this, we stand in opposition to the state of Texas SB 4 law signed by Governor Greg Abbott, which allows police officials to arrest and charge migrants with a misdemeanor or more serious offenses if they do not agree to leave by the order of a state judge. This law incentivizes racial profiling and further limits the right of due process for migrants fleeing unthinkable violence, poverty, and death. Furthermore, we oppose the inhumane treatment of migrants, refugees, and asylum seekers by Governor Abbott in transporting migrants to other states without their knowledge or consent, only to abandon them on the streets, on cold streets, without concern about the extreme cold weather and safety issues they would face. We call on this administration to honor the principles of so many of the world religions that call us to mercy, to compassion, and to welcome hold sacred lives of immigrants, refugees, asylum seekers when engaging in budget negotiations and stricter border security measures. We urge the administration to consider prayerfully those measures that will lead to a safe and just resolution with a path toward effective immigration solutions, funding to be able to process asylum and refugee claims faster and more effectively, and intentional steps to work with countries of origin to understand and combat the reasons for this mass migration. We call on our colleagues, members of the House and Senate, to negotiate in good faith with this administration, not in the hopes of gaining political points as we have seen, but in the spirit of their shared citizenship in the world and with a deep conviction of what it means to be a beloved community. The Gospel of Matthew tells us that Herod tempted the wise men to carry out his evil intentions towards the Christ child and his family. However, in a dream, an angel warns them not to return to Herod, and instead they chose to return another route. Their courage and conviction should inspire all of us to choose another route, one filled with compassion, with justice, with mercy, and the belief that we are all made in the image of our Creator and endowed with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. So we call on all Methodists and all humans everywhere to join us in the call of action for prayer. May we lead differently. May we recognize our shared humanity. May our faith lead us to action. May we be reminded that we, in fact, have a shared humanity and a responsibility to act justly and merciful. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Flood, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to express my gratitude, my sincere gratitude to my hometown mayor, Josh Moaning of Norfolk, Nebraska. After almost 12 years as mayor, he has decided to retire at the end of his term. During his tenure, Moaning saw Norfolk through dozens of projects that made our city a more desirable place for families and young people. Mayor Moaning says his time as mayor centered around three things: enhanced quality of life, improved infrastructure and city services, and economic growth. He accomplished those three objectives and more by renovating Johnson Park, revitalizing a wide variety of businesses and housing developments, and expanding infrastructure. Mayor Moaning took the city's ideas and the needs, and he put them into action. Because of his service to our community, Norfolk is an even better place to live, work, and raise a family than it was 12 years ago. On behalf of the City of Norfolk and the 1st Congressional District, I want to extend our appreciation to Mayor Moaning for his leadership over the past 12 years. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Angie Muhleisen. For the better part of 3 decades, Angie has led Union Bank of Trust of Lincoln. She recently announced she is stepping down as CEO. When Angie started at Union Bank, it was a $50 million financial institution. Through the years, she has helped grow it into an $8 billion organization with over 1,000 teammates. From Lincoln's Inspire Woman of the Year to the Chamber's Citizenship Award, Angie's leadership has earned significant recognition from community organizations. Even as she steps away from her role as CEO, her heart for service isn't slowing down. She recently became the board chair for the University of Nebraska Foundation. She also serves on the board of Assurity and is involved in numerous other organizations. Angie's greatest legacy is her family. Her son Jason is stepping into the role as CEO and will do an outstanding job building on her work. Best wishes on the next chapter, Angie. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight National School Choice Week. School choice allows parents and children to choose the school that best fits their needs. Whether it's a public school, a private school, a home school, or a hybrid of these options, parents have a right to direct the upbringing and education of their kids. Last year, Nebraska passed its first school choice law, helping more families and kids to pick a school that best fits their needs. But there's still more we can do. Here at the federal level, I'm a proud co-sponsor of Congressman Adrian Smith's Educational Choice for Children Act, which would bolster school choice across the nation. This legislation would help more kids from low-income households access the education of their choice. I urge my colleagues to pass this. Back home in Nebraska, our legislature has been working to fund students, not systems. I'm excited to see how they build on their school choice success. Keep up the great work. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight Housing Week, as declared by me in Nebraska. A recent survey by Lending Tree found that 94% of Americans identified owning a house as part of the American dream. But just over half those who don't own a home say, quote, they're worried that they never will, end quote. Next week, I'll address a workforce housing summit hosted by the Columbus Area Chamber of Commerce. If we want to keep the American dream alive, we must address the high cost of housing, help more Americans save for a down payment, and break through other barriers. We must also take care of the housing stock in our communities. Later next week, I'll be hosting a housing improvement meeting in Clarkson. This meeting will help brief community members about programs that can help weatherize and improve existing homes. Next week will be full of small but important steps toward addressing this shortage. While there's no silver bullet, through the work of local, state, and federal partners, we can help more Americans find the home of their dreams. Mr. Speaker, it has been more than 100 days since Hamas launched a vicious war against Israel, committing inhumane acts of violence. Since October 7th, Israel has worked to eliminate Hamas in response to their horrific killing and torture of over 1,000 innocent people. Right now, there are still more than 100 hostages being held by Hamas, including as many as 6 Americans. Over the last few months, we have witnessed numerous protests across the country sympathizing with Hamas, which is nothing short of shocking. The messages these protesters often are at odds with supporting the only democracy in the Middle East, and they do not reflect our nation's values. Let me be clear. America does not negotiate with terrorists, and we support the right of Israel to exist. America will continue to stand with Israel as they work to end Hamas and free every single hostage. We will not back down. May God bless the continued friendship between Israel and America. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to celebrate Mater Dei High School's football team for earning their 4th California State Championship. The Monarchs secured their final win of the season over an undefeated team with an impressive 35-0 victory. Their success is a shining example of the dedication, hard work, and perseverance of the young players, the coaches, and the community. And with this win, the Monarchs also claimed a top 3 position nationally in national rankings and the number one spot in the media composite on a national level. I congratulate the students, parents, coaches, teachers that form the Monarch football team. You've made us proud. Congratulations. I'm looking forward to next year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the North Orange County Continuing Education Program. For half a century, North Orange County Continuing Education has offered programs that transform lives in Orange County. Established in 1973, NOSE has grown to serve more than 29,000 students each and every year and offers over 1,000 courses each semester to those of all ages. The curriculum includes vocational, business, financial, and other skills that individuals need throughout their life. And beyond the classroom, NOSE has shown that the real impact that they have on our community. In fact, they support over 3,000 jobs directly and indirectly and offer services to help everyday individuals succeed. As we celebrate NOSE's 50th anniversary, we reflect back on their work and look forward to their future and their success in our community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Anaheim Public Library's award-winning Foster Youth Initiative that has gained recognition for making resources available to kids in need. The library's Foster Youth Initiative offers library cards to youth who are in the foster care system, who are homeless, or those that have been emancipated. And this card is special. It removes address requirements and penalties and makes sure that those young people have access to our community's public library system. And the initiative has been recognized by the Orange County Business Council's public-private partnership and has received such an award. It's a testament to the hundreds of library cards that have been made available to those students, those young individuals that wouldn't otherwise receive a library card. I congratulate the Anaheim Public Library for their commitment to support our youth in need. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the life of Harbert Manley, Jr., a veteran of the National Guard and an avid golfer. Harbert was raised in Savannah and excelled in multiple sports in high school before going on to attend the University of Georgia. He is perhaps best known for his career as an amateur golfer. He competed in 3 British amateurs, 2 French amateurs, and the Canadian Open. Harbert was also won the North-South Championship located in Pinehurst, North Carolina. In 1969, he was inducted into the Savannah Athletic Hall of Fame, and 22 years later, he was inducted into the Georgia Golf Hall of Fame. Harbert lived on Isle of Hope outside of Savannah with his wife Marilyn of 67 years. Harbert's competitive spirit and love for sport is something I find incredibly admirable and strive to implement in my own life every day. My thoughts and prayers go out to the entire Manley family during this difficult time. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the achievements of Savannah EMT Rosemary Mitz. Rosemary was raised in a military family, leading her to learn the importance of having a strong work ethic from a young age. She modeled her choice to work in healthcare after her grandfather, as he was a medic in the U.S. Army during the Vietnam War. Rosemary began her work as an EMT at Chatham Emergency Services. She also earned her medic license through her time at paramedic school, and soon after went on to teach others to become EMTs like herself. Rosemary consistently strives to better herself and others in her work environment. She is always looking for ways to provide the best care possible for the people in her community. Rosemary was recently chosen to be a member of the American Ambulance Association's 2023 Stare of Life class, a program that celebrates the contributions of ambulance professionals who have gone above and beyond the call of duty in service to others. Congratulations, Rosemary. I can't think of anyone more deserving. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Miss Mamie Bacon, who recently celebrated a historic anniversary. Last October, she was recognized for 50 years of work for King and Prince Seafood in Brunswick, Georgia. Mamie started working for King and Prince Seafood in 1973 and has not looked back since. She originally planned to retire 7 years ago, but chose to continue working her job in quality assurance. She is quoted in the Brunswick News saying, "I love my job and I love the people." For her service to King and Prince, the company plans on building a new pavilion and dedicating it in her honor. Mamie is simply one of the many examples of the 1st District of Georgia's rich and selfless sense of community. Best of luck, Mamie. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate the Savannah Hilton Head International Airport for being nominated to Best Airports in the U.S. by Condé Nast Traveler. The Savannah Airport has been voted the #1 airport in the nation for the 4th consecutive year by the Condé Nast Traveler Reader's Choice Awards 2023. This achievement is a result of several key factors, such as the airport's beautiful town square, inspired layout, and great amenities. The charming visitor center has a historic southern street style that makes visitors feel right at home. The airport also features great food and great shops to keep travelers fed and entertained. This Georgia airport was also once named the happiest airport in the country. Congratulations again to Savannah's airport for continuing to hold its first place designation, and congratulations to the staff that made that happen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Smith, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor Nebraska 3rd District pilot, farmer, soil conservation, and now centenarian, Eddie Harms. An extraordinary pillar of consistency in his southeast Nebraska community, Eddie turned 100 years of age on December 22nd, 2023. Eddie and his wife Millie raised 2 children, and he worked as a farmer and soil conservationist for more than 80 years, only recently selling his long-used Caterpillar bulldozer. He is known by neighbors for his dogged Nebraska work ethic, willingness to lend a hand, and keep sense of personal responsibility. Growing up with his 12 siblings on the family farm near Adams, Nebraska, Eddie said from an early age, "We learned what we needed to do." Demonstrating love for family, community, and the land throughout his life, Eddie exemplifies Nebraska values of stewardship, neighborliness, and conservation. Today, he lives in Syracuse, Nebraska, and continues to visit family and friends around the community. His daughter, Tanya, attests that he loves taking care of the land and being busy doing things. Eddie's character and contributions to his community are outstanding and highlight all that is great about small towns all across America. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to recognize the efforts of 3rd District agriculture educators and the record-breaking number of FFA members in Nebraska and across the nation. As the 6th state chartered by the National FFA organization upon its founding in 1928, Nebraska FFA provides outstanding career growth opportunities which build character and develop competence in our next generation of ag industry leaders who will feed and fuel the world. In public, private, and homeschool settings, student interest and participation in FFA is at an all-time high. According to the Nebraska FFA Foundation, there were 10,454 student FFA members in Nebraska during the 2021 and 22 school year. Despite a shortage of agriculture educators, the Nebraska Agriculture Academy is providing opportunities to students who are homeschooled and in remote communities where an FFA chapter may not be operating. Through supervised agriculture experience projects, these students are gaining hands-on experience to help our communities thrive, such as raising their own cattle herds. Through career connections and preparation to excel, FFA continues to be an outstanding opportunity for students. With 945,000 student members nationally, an increase of 11% from last year, the number of FFA student members and chapters across the United States continues to grow. The future of American agriculture is bright because our future farmers, ranchers, food scientists, veterinarians, product merchandisers, and ag teachers, and others are eager to learn and grow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? You, O Lord, have been our God forever, and have delivered us from peril and menace time and again. We acknowledge no other God but you. Not our power or might, but only you can uphold us. We confess no other Savior but you. Neither our wit nor our own wisdom, but yours alone, can redeem us. For you have cared for us in our wilderness. You have provided shelter for us in the scorching heat of anxiety and the raging storms that threaten our well-being. Deliver then your people from the relentless power of devastation and desolation. After almost 2 years of fighting for their country and its citizens, redeem the people of Ukraine. As we mark the 100th day of ostensibly intractable conflict in Israel and Gaza, bring your peace and justice to this region. May those who are persecuted be rescued from death's sting. May those who have sacrificed so much be spared from the grave's victory. Do not hide your compassion from them, but speak into the chaos and confusion of this horrific strife, and once again, grant your deliverance, and then govern us with your peace. In the light of your love, we pray in the strength of your name. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Clause 1, Rule 1, I demand a vote on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal.
The question is on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal. Those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The journal stands approved.
Mr. Speaker, I object to the vote on the grounds that a quorum is not present, and make a point of order that a quorum is not present.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Wilson.
Everyone, including our guests in the gallery, please join in. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. South Carolina seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House of Women advising extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was grateful to participate this weekend in the legislative exchange program of the Association of Marshall Scholars to Oxford and London, led by co-chairs Mark Green and Jim Himes, with emeritus co-chairs Linda Sanchez and Mike Turner. It was historic as the alliance was fulfilled as real with actions. Prime Minister Rishi Sunak in Kyiv on Friday with President Vladimir Zelensky to announce billions more aid for Ukraine. We observed Parliament on Monday where he provided details warmly welcomed by all political parties. Simultaneously, Britain and America launched airstrikes in self-defense against Tehran regime Houthi puppets. Yesterday at Chatham House in London, we met with Defense Secretary Grant Shapps, who warned Iran, quote, "We see you. We see through what you're doing," end of quote. In conclusion, God bless our troops who successfully protected America for 20 years as the global war on terrorism continues, moving from the Afghanistan safe haven to America with Biden open borders for terrorists. It is sadly clear there will be more 9/11 attacks across America imminent, as warned by the FBI. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
10-year-old Liam Lynch of Western New York. Liam was first diagnosed with lymphoma in 2019, and thanks to the expert care through Roswell Park, Oshai Children's Hospital partnership, he went into remission. Unfortunately, Liam relapsed, but he's a tough, determined kid, and he is determined, and we support his efforts to succeed. With the support of Liam's family and his community, he has donated more than 2,300 pairs of pajamas to other patients at the hospital where he is seeking care. Liam's enduring positivity through chemotherapy, radiation, and months in the hospital has been recognized by the Buffalo Bills, including its star quarterback Josh Allen, along with the many people across the Western New York community. Liam Lynch truly embodies the spirit of the city of good neighbors. I ask my colleagues to join me in honoring Liam Lynch and his family as he bravely continues his battle to beat lymphoma for good. I yield back.
Gentleman yields for a purpose as a gentleman from Iowa seek recognition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask you to move and revise my remarks for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, fellow members of the House, I rise today with a heavy heart to honor the families who are grieving following an attack on Perry High School in Iowa. On January 4th, 11-year-old Amir Joliffe, a sixth grader in our community, died during an attack on his school. Amir's wonderful mother, Erica, said her son, known as Smiley because of the dimples that always lit up his face with a grin, believed in making every day count. And we should all take this burden on seriously as we march forward. During this attack, Principal Dan Marburger heroically put himself in harm's way to create an opportunity for students to run to safety. And in those few moments, while he tried to talk down an active shooter, he undoubtedly saved the lives of many in our community. But for his selfless actions, standing in harm's way, this week it is sad to report that he has passed away. As his daughter Claire said, "Dad taught us and inspired us to be better people every day. He passed many lessons and things on to us as kids, and undoubtedly there are families in Perry who are still living the life of the lessons that Dan Marburger taught. There is no doubt this impact will live on in heavy but also inspiring ways as a mentor and an educator in our community." Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back, and our prayers are with the Marburger family and the people of Perry.
Gentleman yields for what purpose as gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition. Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the world has not been in such an unstable nuclear situation since the 1962 Cuban Missile Crisis. The web of nuclear arms control agreements is being dismantled and weakened. Russia and North Korea constantly threaten to use nuclear weapons. Iran is increasing its capacity to build a nuclear weapon. And the nuclear powers, including the United States, plan to modernize and increase their nuclear arsenals. This should scare every single member of this House. 93 nations have signed the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, which entered into force 3 years ago on January 22, 2021. In my opinion, it is disappointing that the United States has not yet signed. The world is calling on us to end the threat of nuclear war, not enable it. Mr. Speaker, we need to reverse direction, get back to the negotiating table, and move towards agreements to end the threat of nuclear weapons once and for all. I yield back.
Gentleman yields for what purpose as gentleman from Alabama seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I ask 1 minute to.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, it often takes tragic events to bring us all together. Last week, a tornado ripped through Cottonwood, Alabama, and it basically destroyed the entire town of about 1,200 people. This weekend, I had the opportunity to visit with the folks in Cottonwood and to see how I could help. Small communities like this don't have the resources that other big cities have to recover from a storm. The community has to come together to rebuild their homes and their community. And that's exactly what Cottonwood is doing. It is very moving to see everyone come together and to help each other. This is why the Alabama family is truly all about. I'm grateful today and every day to be part of the Team Alabama, working together with local, state, and federal level to rebuild our storm-damaged communities and begin to return to normalcy. Mr. Speaker, thank you.
Gentleman yields for what purpose as gentlewoman from California seek recognition. Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Americans want Congress to focus on lowering cost and growing the middle class, but extreme MAGA Republicans continue to create one crisis after the next. The bare minimum is for Congress to keep the government open, yet Republicans have repeatedly threatened government shutdowns. Republicans want a shutdown unless they get harsh and ineffective border policy changes. They are willing to hold hostage pay for our troops. At the same time, Republicans have rejected billions in funding from President Biden to help secure the border and to create a more orderly process. Republicans prefer to play politics rather than solve problems. This week, Democrats will once again provide the majority of votes to keep the government open. Democrats are here to do our job and put people over politics. We need to keep the government open so that American families are not hurt by Republicans' failure to govern. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields for purposes. The gentleman from Ohio seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to recognize Roger Baker for his many years of service to the Ohio Farm Bureau. This tireless advocate served 12 years as the District 8 State Trustee on the Ohio Farm Bureau, representing the counties of Wayne, Medina, Ashland, and Summit. Mr. Baker is a wealth of knowledge and a champion for agriculture. I can personally attest that he has been invaluable as I carry out my role in the House Agricultural Committee to reflect challenges of Ohio agriculture. Those lucky enough to know him can attest to his passion and dedication and to his field. Even though Mr. Baker's tenure on the Ohio Farm Bureau Board of Trustees has come to an end, I do not doubt that he will continue advocating for Ohio agriculture, and I'm thankful for his service on Ohio 7 Agriculture Advisory Council. There is no question that the farm community in Ohio has benefited from the farm efforts of Roger Baker. Mr. Baker's years of dedicated work have helped Ohio's farmers feed the world. Thank you, Mr. Baker, for your dedication to our community. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Gentleman yields for what purposes. The gentlewoman from Alaska seek recognition.
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to defend Alaska's rights to affordable groceries, which are under threat from a corporate mega merger. The Albertsons-Kroger merger would combine Alaska's 2 largest grocery stores. Many of our communities just have 2 grocers, a Carr's Safeway and a Fred Meyer, often across the street, whether it's Airport Way in Fairbanks or the Sterling Highway in Soldotna. If they merge, 14 of these stores will be sold to a company that has never operated in Alaska. That matters. Alaska is a remote state with one-of-a-kind logistical challenges. We know what happened in the 1999 Carr's Safeway merger when a new operator had to close its stores after barely a year. Alaskans got higher prices and fewer choices. We won't be ignored this time. We're asking the Federal Trade Commission to listen to our voices, stop this merger, and protect our access to food and jobs. As the FTC meets this week, Alaskans will be speaking up, asking them to do the right thing, and listen to those who have the most to lose. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields for what purposes. A gentlewoman from Hawaii seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For so many of our Maui ohana, stable housing for their families and the ability to manage mortgages for lost homes keep them up at night. Earlier this month, the state of Hawaii, Maui County, FEMA, and various philanthropic organizations announced a $500 million interim housing plan to move thousands of families still living in hotels into stable, long-term housing by July 1st of this year. $250 million of this critical funding is coming directly from FEMA. Of all the ways that this plan will seek to provide some stability for Keiki Tukapuna, who lost everything, the most critical and urgent are the investments that will be made in more permanent developments. We need shovels in the ground now, and I strongly encourage FEMA to lean into their plans to build modular homes that will house up to 500 households. In talking with constituents and Maui Mayor Bisson, we must also focus immediately on identifying options to help survivors with their mortgages. Absent options, our people will feel that they have no choice but to leave Lahaina. And as I've said before, Lahaina is not Lahaina without her people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, by the direction of the Committee on Rules, I call up House Resolution 969 and ask for its immediate consideration.
The clerk will report the resolution.
House Calendar Number 58, House Resolution 969. Resolved that upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 6914, to require institutions of higher education to disseminate information on the rights of and accommodations and resources for pregnant students and for other purposes. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. The amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Education and the Workforce, now printed in the bill, shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto, to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Education and the Workforce or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 2, upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order to consider in the House the bill, H.R. 6918, to prohibit the Secretary of Health and Human Services from restricting funding for pregnancy centers. All points of order against consideration of the bill are waived. In lieu of the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Ways and Means, now printed in the bill, an amendment in the nature of a substitute consisting of the text of Rules Committee Print 118-20 shall be considered as adopted. The bill as amended shall be considered as read. All points of order against provisions in the bill as amended are waived. The previous question shall be considered as order on the bill as amended and on any further amendment thereto to final passage without intervening motion except one. 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Ways and Means or their respective designees, and 2, 1 motion to recommit. Section 3, upon adoption of this resolution, it shall be in order without intervention of any point of order to consider in the House the resolution, House Resolution 957, denouncing the Biden administration's open borders policies, condemning the national security and public safety crisis along the southwest border, and urging President Biden to end his administration's open borders policies. The resolution shall be considered as read. The previous question shall be considered as order on the resolution and preamble to adoption without intervening motion or demand for division of the question, except 1 hour of debate, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees.
A gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized for 1 hour.
Mr. Speaker, for the purposes of debate only, I yield the customary 30 minutes to the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania, pending which I yield myself as much time as I may consume. During consideration of this resolution, all time yielded is for the purpose of debate only. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are here to debate the rule providing for consideration of H.R. 6914 and H.R. 6918, which provide 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the Committee on Education and the Workforce and the Committee on Ways and Means, respectively, and provides each 1 motion to recommit. The rule further provides for consideration of H.Res. 957 under a closed rule with 1 hour of debate equally divided and controlled by the Committee on the Judiciary. Mr. Speaker, citizens across this country and even members on both sides of the aisle have been imploring this administration to end its open border policies, and yet these cries have fallen on deaf ears. The President has failed to maintain operational control of this nation's borders, causing the worst border crisis in American history. Of course, this crisis extends way beyond the border. Every community in the country is facing the consequence of this administration's failure, from the strain on schools to the horrifying fentanyl epidemic being worsened by the astonishing amount of narcotics coming across the border. In short, the policies of this administration have created a border crisis, a national security crisis, and a humanitarian crisis. It is irresponsible and embarrassing that I almost understand why the Biden administration refuses to take responsibility for it. But the fact is, the responsibility lies with Secretary Mayorkas, the appointed border czar, Vice President Harris, and with President Joe Biden. HRes 957 condemns the national security and public safety crisis these actors and other Biden administration officials have created, denounces the Biden administration's open border policies, and it urges the president to end those policies. We are also here to discuss two pieces of legislation to support expectant mothers. H.R. 6914, the Pregnant Students' Rights Act, requires institutions of higher education to provide information on the rights of and the accommodation and resources for pregnant students. According to the CDC, nearly 1/3 of all abortions performed in America are for women aged 20 to 24, college-age students. While most colleges are required to accommodate pregnant students under Title IX, so many women are unaware of those requirements and the resources available to them and feel that they have to have an abortion or give up their educational goals. This bill simply requires these institutions to share information about resources and accommodations they already provide. H.R. 69, the Supporting Pregnant and Parenting Women and Families Act, a bill I introduced with Representatives Tenney of New York and Representative Chris Smith of New Jersey, prohibits the Department of Health and Human Services from keeping TANF dollars from being used to support pregnancy centers. The Temporary Assistance for Needy Families program provides $16.5 billion annually to support assistance activities for needy families. Certainly, pregnancy centers, which provide a wide variety of resources to pregnant women, from treatments to diapers to counseling, qualify for this kind of funding. Unfortunately, the Biden administration has shown their anti-woman, pro-abortion hand again, proposing a rule to modify allowable uses of TANF that singles out pregnancy centers in a way that could prevent states from using these funds for these vital care centers. Make no mistake, conservatives are here for unborn babies and their mothers, and we want to ensure these moms are supported throughout their pregnancy and empowered to raise their families. These bills do just that. Each of these bills delivers on the commitment House Republicans have made to the American people. We are here to protect the rights of Americans. We are here to hold the government accountable, and we are here to secure this country and its borders, all of which the administration has failed to do. Thank you, and I reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentlewoman from Minnesota for yielding the customary 30 minutes. Mr. Speaker, here we are a little more than 48 hours from a devastating government shutdown. The deadline to pass a federal budget is already 3 months overdue, and the clock keeps ticking. Unable to get control of their majority and act responsibly, Republicans keep kicking the can down the road. They've struggled to pass any legislation because they choose again and again to appease an extremist minority rather than to advance policies supported by the majority of Americans and their representatives here in the House. And now, as we face pressing challenges at home and around the world, they've brought us to the brink of disaster once again, all because they chose to renege on a bipartisan deal to fund the government. So with these serious problems we're facing, what are House Republicans' priorities for today? To attack the president and pass more anti-abortion bills. It's a new year, but for House Republicans, it's the same old story. Distracted by their own chaos and infighting, they have repeatedly failed to deliver for the American people. They've wasted time and tax dollars on baseless investigations and divisive culture wars, dragging the American people with them down rabbit holes of conspiracies and untruths. They throw tantrums when they can't get their way, ousting their last speaker, and just last week bringing all work in the House to a halt because their new speaker had dared to try to strike a deal to keep the government open. They put on dramatic acts of political theater, hoping to hide the fact that they're unable to complete the most basic task of governance. And in 2023, they led the least productive session of Congress since the Great Depression. We think the American people deserve better. So with that in mind, let's look at the 3 bills that House leadership has chosen to spend Congress's time on this week. and it's more of the same. The first bill in this rule is the grotesquely misleading HRES 957, a resolution that repeats lies and distortions about the migration challenges at our southern border, starting with the title of the resolution and its false claim that this administration is promoting an open border. This is MAGA fiction, and it's an effort to keep campaigning on the fear of immigrants rather than any serious attempt to address the complex issues created by global migration forces and decades of congressional inaction. It's become obvious that our Republican colleagues don't really want to fix the broken immigration system, they just want to campaign on it. They've rejected, before even reading, the bipartisan solutions proposed by Senate Republicans, Democrats, and the administration. They've refused to consider the supplemental border funding requested by the president, because the truth is they don't want solutions. They want political stunts. They want to rant and complain and blame and campaign. Immigration and border issues are complex. That's why they've remained on the table for so many years. They require comprehensive and nuanced policies, not acts of cruelty and dehumanization marked by barbed wire, family separation, or needless tragedies. As we've seen over and over again, our Republican colleagues would rather use this issue to sow anger, division, and fear. They'll use meaningless resolutions that do nothing to change the status quo, like this one, to distract from their failed Congress and their do-nothing agenda. If you want to see just how House Republicans view immigration and the border as a purely political issue, look no further than House leadership. After saying for months that border security is a crisis, and just last month, taking a field trip with over 60 House Republicans to the border, this week, House leadership refused to even consider a bipartisan deal negotiated in the Senate before they'd read it. You can't say that the border is in a state of emergency, yet reject a bipartisan deal to address the crisis. We can and we must do better than this, and we owe it to our constituents and our country to work towards real, thoughtful solutions rather than partisan talking points like HRES 957. Now let's turn to HR 6914 and 6918. Supporting the health and well-being of mothers and babies should be something we can all agree upon, and we would welcome some real collaboration in that area. But that's not what the majority has brought to the floor today. The fact is that both of these bills are designed to advance an extremist agenda to limit Americans' fundamental freedoms, particularly with respect to reproductive health care. It's nothing but a political exercise that our Republican colleagues undertake every year on the anniversary of Roe versus Wade. It's designed to cater to their most extreme supporters as they descend on Washington, D.C. for an anti-abortion rally. The fact is that the MAGA majority's anti-abortion agenda is wildly unpopular in this country. The vast majority of Americans do not support it, and they have proven that at the polls repeatedly in the last couple years. Americans do not want politicians and right-wing extremists undermining their freedom to make their own medical and reproductive health care choices based on their own individual circumstances. In the face of the overwhelming and repeated rejection of these extremist attempts to interfere in private medical decisions, Republicans are now cloaking their efforts in family-friendly rhetoric and misleading talking points. So it's important to dig a little deeper and see what these bills are and are not. If my colleagues on the other side of the aisle really wanted to support pregnant women and children and families, they'd work with us to address the shameful fact that maternal mortality in our country far exceeds that of our peers. Childbirth is dangerous here in the United States, particularly for Black women and their babies, not because we don't know how to support healthy outcomes, but because of a lack of will or interest from Congress. It's a full-blown crisis, but it doesn't have to be. When it comes to giving our kids brighter futures, we should be talking about powerful tools like the expanded child tax credit, which lifted millions of children out of poverty. We should be strengthening WIC and SNAP, nutrition programs that serve as lifelines for pregnant women, mothers, infants, and families. But instead, this MAGA majority has proposed deep cuts to these nutrition programs. We should pass policies to improve access to high-quality childcare and early education services, nutritious food, comprehensive maternal and infant health care, stable housing, and family-sustaining jobs, because those are the things that would really help kids and families. But the policies that our Republican colleagues have brought before us today in these two bills do none of that. In fact, they would actually divert money away from vulnerable families and ultimately endanger women's lives. H.R. 6914 purports to be concerned with providing information to pregnant college students. Of course, there are obvious and unique challenges to balancing school and parenting, although students and their families can thrive with the right support. But ultimately, this bill doesn't actually provide such support. Instead, it requires that colleges inform students only about the rights and resources for carrying a pregnancy to term. Resources, I'll add, for which this House majority has sought to dramatically slash funding. The bill purposely leaves out any requirement for schools to distribute medically accurate information regarding all of the healthcare options available to pregnant women. If this bill were truly about ensuring that pregnant college students have the necessary information to make informed decisions to meet their unique reproductive healthcare needs, it would include information about contraception, abortion, miscarriages, and the services that might be available to them during their pregnancy and after. If the underlying intent of this bill were not clear enough in its one-sided substance, we need only look to the alleged findings section of the bill, which would write into law completely unproven and even false anti-abortion talking points. These are findings that the bill's author could provide no evidence to support when it was marked up in committee. And don't just ask me. Advocates dedicated to advancing civil rights and resources for pregnant and parenting students have expressed deep concerns about this bill, including groups that are experts on this issue, like the Coalition for Pregnant and Parenting Students Advocacy. It's obvious that this MAGA majority doesn't really care about educating and supporting pregnant and parenting students. Instead, they'd rather leave them in the dark and attempt to deny women the freedom to make informed decisions about their own bodies and futures. Lastly, I want to talk about H.R. 6918, another example of House Republicans doubling down on an extreme and unpopular agenda to try to ban abortion care nationwide. This bill is cloaked in a title that most Americans would agree with, the Supporting Pregnant and Parenting Women and Families Act. And in fact, Congress has passed bipartisan legislation to do just that, including through TANF funding, the Temporary Assistance to Needy Families. But in recent years, there's been growing evidence and a raft of studies showing that critical TANF aid for families is being diverted to purposes not authorized by Congress. One of the greatest causes of concern is the siphoning of federal TANF taxpayer dollars to support so-called crisis pregnancy centers, most of which are part of a well-funded arm of the global anti-abortion movement. There's a growing body of evidence that these crisis pregnancy centers use deceptive and coercive tactics to target vulnerable people facing unplanned pregnancies, and they often prevent them from accessing a full range of appropriate reproductive health care, including safe abortion care and contraceptives. Just as this bill is cloaked in benign pro-family rhetoric, these pregnancy centers distribute diapers and formula in order to disguise their underlying anti-abortion mission. One of the great dangers of these crisis pregnancy centers is that they present themselves as legitimate healthcare facilities. But the reality is that most are unlicensed, unstaffed by medical professionals, and unbound by the privacy laws that govern medical providers. This has led to women being misled and given inaccurate or even dangerous information about their pregnancies and the options for care that are available to them, including women who have suffered life-threatening undiagnosed complications in their pregnancies, women who have been denied the information and opportunity to access appropriate reproductive health care for them, and women who have been encouraged to undertake dangerous and medically contraindicated procedures. So there's strong evidence that many pregnancy centers are using the public money that states allocate to them through TANF for purposes that are not authorized by Congress. That's why last year, the Department of Health and Human Services issued a proposed regulation to better guide the states in what services were eligible for TANF funding, and that's why this bill, H.R. 6918, is so dangerous and dishonest. When we have a growing mountain of evidence of misuse and even fraudulent use of TANF dollars by crisis pregnancy centers, this bill, by its term, would prevent the Department of Health and Human Services from any regulation of pregnancy crisis centers. House Republicans would greenlight the unregulated use of public money to fund these anti-abortion facilities, many of which have been proven to promote false medical claims and misinformation, misrepresent their services as providing a full range of reproductive health care, despite having only anti-abortion services and usually lacking any medical personnel, and horrifyingly, they're unbound by HIPAA privacy restrictions, and some of these centers collect and distribute women's sensitive personal information to organizations within the larger anti-abortion movement. This is what Republicans are trying to push upon American women with these bills, and I wholeheartedly disagree. So here we are, it's another week, and House GOP still can't get their act together. Their majority is on track to become one of the most ineffective in modern history. And again, we're just hours from a government shutdown. But instead of dealing with that or any of the real problems Americans are facing today, this House majority is desperately trying to mask its own failure with misleading rhetoric and bills that will never become law. It would be a joke if it weren't so serious. Led by their most extreme members, it's clear our Republican colleagues don't want to make Congress work better for the American people. They want to break it, and they want to campaign on it. They want to bring chaos to this chamber and pass legislation that feeds the flames of their desperate culture wars. It's irresponsible, it's reckless, and it's not what the American people want. I deeply oppose this rule, and I reserve the remainder of my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New York.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I first want to thank the gentlewoman from Minnesota for yielding the time for me now. But I'm very disappointed to see my colleagues on the other side of the aisle stand up and defend President Biden's plan to restrict resources through TANF that for many years have provided help for expecting mothers and families who are facing uncertainty and hardship. The legislation under the rule today, the Support Pregnant and Parenting Women and Families Act, introduced by my good friend and colleague, Representative Fischbach, will protect access to these critical resources through pregnancy centers across the country that give vulnerable mothers a hand up when they need it the very most. Yet the Biden administration is working to exclude these pregnancy centers from the TANF program and thereby restrict access for expecting mothers who need things like vitamins and diapers, classes, and transportation. Pregnancy centers do so much to invest in our community. They're often the first stop for a mother who is dealing with an unplanned pregnancy and will help her assess her options, provide health care services, and support her after her child is born. For those who choose life, pregnancy centers are a lifeline. The bottom line is this: expectant mothers who qualify and need this hand up under TANF deserve any and all options and resources available to them, including the option to choose life and to pursue motherhood. My colleagues keep saying that they want to support all women in their choices, but their support clearly wavers when it comes to mothers who have chosen life for their unborn child. I question the morality of an administration that seeks to restrict these resources in favor of pushing options that are more about promoting abortion services and less about simply helping families who are expecting. Thank you again to my colleague, Representative Michelle Fischbach, for her leadership on this important legislation, which I am a proud co-sponsor. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Reserve.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've heard from our colleagues over the course of debate on this bill that they think that they need more discretion to spend TANF dollars. But if this bill were to pass, a pregnancy center would be unregulated. That's what the bill literally says. We cannot regulate pregnancy crisis centers. So if they wanted to use TANF dollars to stage a Taylor Swift concert, they could, because there's to be no regulation. So I would ask unanimous consent at this point to insert into the record the executive summary of a report titled Designed to Deceive, a study of the crisis pregnancy center industry in 9 states, written by the Alliance State Advocates for Women's Rights and Gender Equity. The report studies crisis pregnancy, I am asking unanimous consent to insert that in the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
This report studies crisis pregnancy centers in Alaska, California, Idaho, Montana, Oregon, Washington, Pennsylvania, and Minnesota. Overall, its findings show that crisis pregnancy centers provided virtually no medical care. Crisis pregnancy centers promoted false medical claims and used deceptive practices. State-funded crisis pregnancy centers are more harmful than privately funded centers. And crisis pregnancy centers appear to be local, but are actually part of a global anti-abortion network. It's clear that these sort of manipulative and unregulated centers are not what's best for women and children's health, and actually have been proven to misuse federal taxpayer dollars. So we absolutely shouldn't be allowing federal dollars to flow to them without any scrutiny. And with that, I would yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from Massachusetts, the distinguished ranking member of the Committee on Rules, Mr. McGovern.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I have a serious question from my Republican colleagues. Did the Trump campaign write these bills for you? Because they seem right out of his political playbook. Cruel, uninformed, nasty bills. You're turning the House of Representatives into the committee to re-elect Donald Trump. Mr. Speaker, the gentlelady from Minnesota can claim whatever she wants about these bills, but I wish the other side would just be clear. I wish they would just come clean with the American people. What they want is to ban abortion, a total ban. That's what these bills are about. Don't believe their spin. This debate isn't about giving students more information or helping provide resources to families or whatever other misleading junk you hear from the other side. That's all a bunch of baloney, a bunch of BS. Read their bills. Read the bills and you will see what they do. The Pregnant Students' Rights Act doesn't give anybody any new rights. It contains a bunch of completely made-up claims meant to stigmatize abortion. And it lets schools not inform students of their actual rights with regard to contraception or abortion care. That's the truth. Republicans can name the bill whatever they want. The problem is when you read the bill, people actually see that the title is misleading. I read the bill. The title is misleading. Their other bill is about crisis pregnancy centers. And I know a little bit about crisis pregnancy centers. I have one in my district that almost killed somebody because they told her that everything was fine when she had an ectopic pregnancy, and she almost died. These centers are about pushing a political agenda, about deceiving women, some who are actually trying to seek access to abortion care. Now, Republicans say that federal funding can't go to Planned Parenthood for political reasons. Then why the hell is it going to these dangerous political pregnancy centers that push their own agenda? I mean, give me a break. Now, look, just to be honest about it, the Republican position is ban abortion nationwide. We know overturning Roe was just the start. Now they want to criminalize abortion too and throw women in jail for making decisions about their own bodies. Texas, Kentucky, South Carolina, they're all trying to lock women up if they get an abortion. And every single week, Republicans are here on the House floor pushing for more extremist culture war nonsense like this. Now, maybe that's why they keep losing elections, because every time they put their anti-abortion agenda on the ballot, they lose. You would think that they would take the hint. Maybe that's why there are so few speakers on the other side talking about these bills today. And the sickest part of it all, the most disgusting thing, is they do not have one shred of compassion or care about the baby after it's born. They talk about the sanctity of life this and the sanctity of life that, and then they underfund and cut WIC and take food away from postpartum moms and babies. They cut programs that support maternal health. They block the expanded child tax credit, which kept millions of young children and babies out of poverty. And they don't even want to talk about the black maternal health crisis in this country. So forgive us if we think it's a little hypocritical to come down here and get lectured about life from a Republican Party that apparently thinks life begins at conception but ends at birth. These are awful, awful, awful bills. We are here because the Republican Party is incompetent. They have no vision, no agenda, no way of making life better for people. And the party of abortion bans, they are the party of abortion
Gentleman's
bans,
time has expired.
insurrections,
Gentlewoman
and
from
illegitimate
Pennsylvania.
investigations, and they'll pay for it at the ballot box. I yield back my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentlewoman from Minnesota.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am a little confused. Helping women and their babies and providing information is now an extreme agenda, according to my colleagues across the aisle. Supporting and promoting unrestricted abortion up until the time of birth is an extreme agenda. The majority of pregnancy resource centers are affiliated with a national organization and have voluntarily signed on to an industry standard that called commitment of care and competency created by Heartbeat International that set an ethical code where they agree to adopt a transparent and honest service model. Pregnancy resource centers provide honest information about services they offer, including ultrasounds and pregnancy testing. They do not hold themselves out to provide all forms of health care. According to a recent report surveying 2,750 pregnancy care centers in 2022, there were 4,779 licensed medical staff. There was 5,396 licensed medical volunteers. They performed over 500,000 hours of ultrasounds, and they had over 100,000 hours of RN meeting with STD and STI tests for clients. If my colleagues really believed in giving pregnant women every option, like they claim, they would have no problem with this bill. We're talking about information and care. But the fact is that they are pushing against it so passionately just proves that my colleagues and the pro-life community, what my colleagues and the pro-life community have been saying all along. The left is anti-woman and will find any avenue they can to encourage women to have abortions. There are so many resources that exist that would actually empower them during their pregnancy and to raise their family. I reserve.
Reserves. Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania.
Mr. Speaker, I would ask unanimous consent to insert into the record a letter from the Coalition for Pregnant and Parenting Students Advocacy and other organizations dedicated to advancing civil rights protections and resources for pregnant and parenting students in opposition to H.R. 6914.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. This letter expresses concern that this bill is based upon unproven anti-abortion rhetoric and seeks to limit students' ability to make reproductive health care decisions with a full range of information. It goes on to say that the bill does not contain any meaningful support to help pregnant and parenting students meet those their educational goals. And it notes how the bill leaves out policies we know would actually make a difference, like strengthened Title IX protections, accessible childcare and early education, basic needs security, and accountability measures for institutions that fail to protect pregnant and parenting students. And with that, I would yield 4 minutes to the gentlewoman from New Mexico, a distinguished member of the Rules Committee, Ms. Ledger-Fernandez.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, today's Republican bills are part of their extreme agenda to create a federal abortion ban. The first bill, H.R. 6918, would divert federal funding used to help feed and house poor families and give it to anti-abortion centers. The American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists warn that these centers often mislead women with false medical information and, in the process, endanger public health. It's really endangering women's health because across the country, we are hearing stories of women who are dying or nearly dying because of their extreme restrictions on their health care. The other bill, H.R. 6914, should be named the Student Anti-Abortion Bill and not the Pregnant Students' Bill of Rights, because the bill restricts pregnant students' rights when Republicans restrict access to information about the full range of health care available to pregnant students, or the benefits that might help a pregnant woman and her child receive nutrition assistance or Medicaid benefits. Benefits, I would point out, that Republicans oppose. They don't want our babies to be healthy. Representative Stevens submitted an amendment to H.R. 6914 that would provide pregnant students information about miscarriages, a devastating loss that affects 1 million women in the U.S. each year. Shockingly, not a single Republican voted for this amendment to give students health information about miscarriages. In fact, Republicans opposed every Democratic amendment intended to make this bill more scientific and objective. Last night, the chair of the Education Committee claimed this bill says absolutely nothing about abortion and was just a students' rights bill. A strange statement, since abortion is mentioned 9 times in the bill. Mujeres, don't let anyone fool you. Extreme Republicans want to keep us in the dark. But we need to keep Congress out of decisions that women deserve to make for themselves in doctors' offices, on campuses, and everywhere else women have health care needs. Finally, the last bill on today's rule is a useless resolution that does absolutely nothing to help the problems at the border. Resolutions like H.R. 957 that distort a real problem we are facing at the border, and statements like we hear from President Trump that immigrants are poisoning the blood of our nation are dangerous. They demonize all immigrants and lead to a rise in white supremacy and hate crimes, and they do nothing to solve our problems at the border. Let me be clear. I want a secure and humane border. Democrats have put forth specific policies that address the root causes of migration, because the best way to stop the surge of migrants is to help them stay in their own countries. We propose funding and policy fixes for our broken immigration system, solutions that Republicans keep rejecting. Instead, they provide a resolution that offers no solutions. We need vision, and Republicans are only giving us division. Vision, not division, is what Democrats are about. With that, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to vote no on the rule and on the bills. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentlewoman from Minnesota.
Mr. Speaker, I have to repeat it. Helping women and their babies and providing information is not an extreme agenda. We are talking about taking care of women and their babies. Supporting and promoting unrestricted abortion up to the time of birth is an extreme agenda. And it is a real shame that Democrats and the Biden administration are purposefully targeting and misrepresenting pregnancy centers in the rule and seeking to intimidate states that fund them, and denying college students with information. Pregnancy resource centers play a vital role to both mothers and fathers and their families, empowering them in their decision to choose life for their baby by providing realistic alternatives. They are another option for women who choose to use their services, who are looking for an alternative to abortion. All pregnancy resource centers are open and receive clients on a voluntary basis, and it is disgraceful that Democrats misconstrue these organizations in an effort to limit a woman's choice to raise their child. With that, I reserve.
Someone from Pennsylvania.
Can I get a time reading?
Gentlewoman has 7 minutes remaining.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, if we defeat the previous question, I'll offer an amendment to the rule to bring up H.R. 12, a bill that would ensure every American has full access to essential reproductive health care services, including abortion care. Since the Dobbs decision, every state in the Union has taken action on abortion in some way. Many states have used it as an opportunity to enact laws that ban specific instances of abortion or abortion care entirely. Republicans have reiterated time and again that that is their goal, to ban abortion nationwide. The abortion access landscape is deeply fractured, and Americans continue to face the devastating consequences of abortion bans and restrictions on both patients' health and the greater healthcare ecosystem. H.R. 12 would ensure every American has full access to vital reproductive health care and will stop the devastating health consequences for women when abortion access is banned or limited. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to insert the text of my amendment into the record, along with any extraneous material, immediately prior to the vote on the previous
Without
question.
objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, to discuss our proposal, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Massachusetts, Ms. Presley.
Gentlewoman's recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Congresswoman Scanlon. Mr. Speaker, if we defeat the previous question, we will bring up legislation to protect a woman's right to make her own health care decisions, the Women's Health Protection Act. This is necessary because the Republican bills being brought to the floor share a common goal: to limit access to reproductive health care for those who need it most. Like so many of the bills this Republican majority has advanced, these bills are intentionally designed to mislead with biased and inaccurate information and to shame those who seek abortion care. Republicans are continuing their politically violent, thinly failed misinformation campaign to ultimately enact a national abortion ban, a forced birth mandate. And now they are using our pregnant students as their pawns. The young woman in college making the life-changing decision on when and how to start a family deserves comprehensive and medically accurate information. Do not fall for the okie doke. They are playing with people's lives instead of trying to save and change and improve them. Republicans don't care about the people, certainly not pregnant students. They have consistently undermined access to contraception, defunded on-campus childcare, and excluded information on essential abortion care from the bill they want us to vote for. In fact, Republicans do not care about any pregnant person when they seek to expand crisis pregnancy centers. Since my days on the Boston City Council, I fought to stop these sham clinics. They use coercion to prevent women from accessing essential abortion care and operate as anti-choice propaganda centers. As the chair of the Abortion Rights and Access Task Force under our pro-choice caucus, allow me to set the record straight. Abortion care is health care and a fundamental human right. When the Supreme Court overturned the right to an abortion with the support of Republicans nationwide, they created the most life-threatening conditions for pregnant women in America in over 50 years. If Republicans truly cared about pregnant students or health care or personal autonomy or even the fundamental right, freedom, to make decisions about your own body, they would bring our bill, the Women's Health Protection Act, to the House floor to overturn the Dobbs decision and codify the right to an abortion. Anything less is a disgrace. I urge my colleagues to vote no on the previous question, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania reserves. Gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania.
Thank you. This MAGA majority has a bleak and nihilistic vision of our government. It's a vision where congressional power is wielded to take down political rivals, to force extremist beliefs on every American, particularly women, and to shamelessly sow division and fear, not to actually serve all Americans. It's a vision where the idea of working together across party lines on behalf of all Americans is so anathema to the Republican Party that it can cause a speaker to lose his gavel or a rank-and-file members of Congress to lose their primaries. It's where standing up against lies and for the Constitution results in death threats, and where the integrity and core values of our country's institutions are continually chipped away. This is an unacceptable way to govern. It's not governance at all. Americans deserve so much better, so let's stop playing these ridiculous games and get to work on the work that the people sent us to do. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to oppose the previous question in the rule, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. Gentlewoman from Minnesota is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We certainly have covered a lot of topics here today. and House Republicans are working hard to keep our commitments to the American people, holding government accountable, securing our border, and protecting the rights of the unborn and their mothers. Conservatives care deeply about defending the unborn and empowering women to confidently choose life, whether it be on a college campus or by ensuring access to care at pregnancy centers. As thousands march for life across the country in the coming days, now is the perfect time to raise awareness to all the wonderful options that exist for women. And for nearly 3 years, we have seen a failure to act by the executive branch of this government to secure our borders. Biden has beat his own record, with the 2023 fiscal year beating the 2022 as the worst year at the border. 169 individuals on the terror watch list were apprehended trying to cross the border illegally. That number only includes the ones that we know about. I am thankful for the hard work and thankless work of our Customs and Border Patrol agents are doing, and do not want to diminish any of the work that they are doing. But the administration's negligence has damaged our national security, and whether it is done through incompetence or malice, those responsible must be held accountable for their inaction. To be clear, I'm not talking about those hardworking CBP agents. I'm talking about DHS Secretary Mayorkas, and I'm talking about the so-called border czar, Vice President Harris. And I'm talking about President Joe Biden. I support the rule and underlying legislation and yield back the balance of my time, and I move the previous question on the resolution.
The question is on ordering the previous question on the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is on adoption of the resolution. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution is agreed to.
Mr. Speaker.
Gentlewoman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
We would request a recorded vote.
The yeas and nays are requested. Does the gentlelady request the yeas and nays?
Yes, we request
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having arisen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the chair.
The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order: adoption of House Resolution 969 and agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the Journal if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on adoption of House Resolution 969, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Calendar Number 58, House Resolution 969, providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 6914, to require institutions of higher education to disseminate information on the rights of and accommodations and resources for pregnant students and for other purposes, providing for consideration of the bill, H.R. 6918, to prohibit the Secretary of Health and Human Services from restricting funding for pregnancy centers, and providing for consideration of the resolution, House Resolution 957, denouncing the Biden administration's open borders policies, condemning the national security and public safety crisis along the southwest border, and urging President Biden to end his administration's open borders policies.
The question is on adoption of the resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 198, the nays are 194. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal, which the Chair will put de novo. The question is on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Being the chair, the ayes have it, and the journal stands approved.
Please take your conversations from the floor. Do you have a picture? Y'all missed each other. Would you please take your conversations from the floor? Wow. The House will come to order. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Moran, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 969, I call up House Resolution 957 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The House will be in order. Would you please take your conversations away from the floor? The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 957, resolution denouncing the Biden administration's open borders policies.
Ladies and gentlemen, the clerk may continue.
House Resolution 957, resolution denouncing the Biden administration's open borders policies, condemning the national security and public safety crisis along the southwest border, and urging President Biden to end his administration's open borders policies.
Pursuant to House Resolution 969, the resolution is considered read. The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Moran, and the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, each will control 30 minutes. The chair would like to recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Moran.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on House Resolution 957.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand today in support of House Resolution 957, denouncing the Biden administration's open border policies, condemning the national security and public safety crisis along the southwestern border, and urging President Biden to end his administration's open border policies. Mr. Speaker, we have a problem at our southern border. I represent the 1st District of Texas, which is a rural district located in northeast Texas comprised of 17 counties. It borders Louisiana and Arkansas, and although not physically adjacent to the southern border, my district is directly impacted by the open border policies of the Biden administration, as is every corner of America today. The text of my proposed House resolution is simple, straightforward, and to the point. It denounces the Biden administration's open border policies. It condemns the national security and public safety crisis caused by these policies, and it urges President Biden to end them immediately. Why do we need to actually have this resolution on the House today? Well, I'll tell you. It's for 2 primary reasons. One, because we need to admit that there's a problem. This House needs to admit that there's a problem on the border. And number 2, we need to identify the source of the problem itself. Why do we have open borders? It's because of the policies of this administration. Those two things today, to admit and to identify, will help us lead to a solution from this House body and across the 3 branches of government. The border numbers do not lie. In fact, they tell a clear story about the depth of the crisis and the proximate cause rooted in the Biden administration policies. Consider that the total number of illegal aliens encountered along the southern border since President Biden took office exceeds 7 million. At the same time, the Biden administration has released at least 3.3 million of those illegal aliens into the interior of the United States. This number is larger than the entire population of states like Nevada, Arkansas, and Kansas, and in fact, it exceeds the combined populations of Wyoming, Vermont, Alaska, and North Dakota together. Additionally, more than 1.7 million gotaways and an untold number of unknown illegal gotaways have successfully evaded capture by the U.S. Border Patrol along the southwestern border. 312 illegal aliens on the terrorist screening data set were encountered along the southwestern border since President Biden took office. By contrast, consider this, that during the 4 years of the prior administration, only 11 illegal aliens on that same list were encountered by Border Patrol. And if we just look in the last quarter, we see how deprived the situation is on the southwestern border. More than 785,000 migrant encounters have been reported just since the beginning of this fiscal year. And last month, record high, the first time ever in American history, 300,000 plus encounters along the southwestern border. In fiscal year 23, 27,000 pounds of fentanyl were seized at the southern border. This is almost double what fiscal year 2022 brought at 14,700 pounds, and it's 6 times higher than in fiscal year 20. We've seen more than 150,000 unaccompanied minors cross over the U.S.-Mexico border, and reports indicate that we have lost contact with over 85,000 of those unaccompanied children. It used to be that most of the migrants that were coming up to our southern border were from Mexico. But now the landscape has changed. In fiscal year 22, migrants from Mexico crossing illegally just made up 33%. Now individuals are coming from across the world, more than 150 countries, and many of those countries have direct ties from terrorism. When I was down at Eagle Pass on the border several months ago, we were told that there was at least 27 countries with ties to terrorism that had immigrants come across that southern border that were encountered in the last couple of years. How astounding and how problematic for this country. Despite the authority that the president has to fix these issues, he simply will not do it. What policies are we talking about? Well, the current administration has ended the migrant protection protocols and the Remain in Mexico policy, which, by the way, we're told by border security people will end if we will just reinstate Remain in Mexico, could end up to 70% of the encounters that we see coming across the border. The administration also has reinstated catch and release policies. They've suspended asylum cooperative agreements with other nations such as El Salvador, Guatemala, and Honduras. They've ignored existing restraints on the abuse of parole. They've halted necessary border wall construction. They've undermined the Immigration and Customs Enforcement's core mission by preventing them from deporting certain aliens who violate the United States law. They've enabled use of smartphone apps to facilitate the release of border crossers into the United States. And they've redirected Customs and Border Patrol agents to do ICE paperwork processing instead of focusing on law enforcement work. In short, the current administration's policies have led to the numbers that we're seeing today. Numbers like 2.5 million just in the last fiscal year, and 2.3 million in the year before, and 1.74 million in the year before, compared to numbers like 400,000 or 500,000 a year under the prior administration. One is too many, but 2.5 million is egregious. It's led to situations like overcrowded classrooms, children trafficked to do work in industries unsuited for children, unsuited for anybody. Millions in unpaid medical bills in hospitals across the U.S. overwhelm first responders in border communities. Homeless veterans who are getting kicked out of shelters in favor of illegal aliens, and even the deaths of millions of Americans. Tens of thousands of Americans by fentanyl because of the increased fentanyl crisis. These effects are being felt in rural and metropolitan communities in both blue and red states. As of the beginning of December, the city of Denver had spent over $33 million to house, feed, and educate around 30,000 illegal aliens. Chicago residents are up in arms as well, as are New York City residents. Their mayor says that this crisis will, quote, destroy the city. In 2022, here's the number I was citing for you just a second ago, 73,654 people died from fentanyl overdose in the U.S. This is more than double the amount of deaths in 2019 and the highest in American history. Assaults on Border Patrol agents doubled just last year. Nevertheless, the Biden administration is doubling down on these open border policies. What will it take for them to wake up? What will it take for us to get back to a solution, to find a solution for the border crisis? There's lots to be done, lots that can be done by this body and the Senate and across this government. But it starts with leadership in the White House, policy leadership in the White House, to undo the current open border policies and to return to the policies that were preventing this crisis before. Mr. Speaker, H.R. 957 denounces these open border policies, condemns the national security and public crisis that we're seeing today because of that, and urges the President to end those policies immediately. The people of America deserve better. They deserve to have the sovereignty and the geographic borders of this nation protected. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I reserve.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, this country is facing real problems. The right to bodily autonomy is under attack across the nation. There was a school shooting just 4 days into the new year, leading to the tragic death of an 11-year-old and the injury of 7 others. Our immigration system cannot function because Congress has failed to reform it for over 30 years, and Republican hardliners are threatening to shut down the government if we don't, quote, shut down the border. House Republicans are not working to respond to any of these problems as they are too busy fighting among themselves. Their historic dysfunction has even prompted multiple members of their conference to complain that they have nothing to campaign on. Today's resolution is not going to help. This resolution will do nothing to solve the situation at the border. It proposes no solutions of any kind. In fact, this resolution is nothing more than a highlight reel of the Republican talking points in immigration that we have heard over and over from Republicans since President Biden was sworn into office. So let me say once again, the border is not open. The Biden administration has been removing people at a record clip over the last few months, restricting asylum with a new regulation, and placing thousands of families in expedited removal. Since the end of Title 42 last May, the Biden administration has removed or returned nearly 500,000 individuals. That is more than the number of people removed in all of fiscal year 2019 under the Trump administration. But because President Biden isn't saying that he wants to shoot migrants trying to cross the border, like Governors Abbott and DeSantis have, Republicans don't think he's doing enough. And despite my colleagues' claims, fentanyl is largely not coming into this country between ports of entry. More than 90% of fentanyl interdicted is stopped at ports of entry, where cartels attempted to smuggle it through, primarily in vehicles driven by American citizens. So I'm not sure how anyone can say the border is open. On top of this, at every turn, Republicans have voted against giving the administration the resources it needs to do its job. Nearly every current House Republican voted against the bipartisan infrastructure deal and the fiscal year 2023 omnibus. Both of these bills provided significant additional funding to increase staffing and modernize ports of entry to combat the smuggling of people and drugs. We need to work together to address our broken immigration system. Right now, we have a system where many people come into this country, present themselves to Border Patrol people, or do not. They are apprehended. They claim asylum. Under our law, they're entitled to a hearing before an immigration judge. But because we don't have enough asylum officers and immigration judges, their case isn't heard for years. So they're told to come back in 4 years or whatever for their hearing. And the Republicans call this catch and release. Well, if the Biden administration's proposals for funding for more border guards, more CBP people, and more asylum judges and more immigration judges would be approved, then these claims could be adjudicated in a matter of weeks, not years. And those entitled to asylum would be granted it in weeks and would be permitted to work, and those not entitled to it would be swiftly deported. But because of the lack of resources caused by Republican insistence on voting against those resources, this doesn't happen, and we have the catch and release system and millions of people staying in this country when they shouldn't, entirely because of the Republicans. And then they say it's President Biden's open border policy. We need to work together to address our broken immigration system. Unfortunately, House Republicans insist they will only consider H.R. 2, their fantasy draconian enforcement-only bill, which stands no chance of passage in the Senate. Real solutions require compromise, but MAGA Republicans aren't interested in compromise. What they are interested in is passing bills like the one before us today. Or I should say resolutions. This is not a bill. This resolution is nothing but empty rhetoric designed to score cheap political points that bring us no closer to meaningful reform. I urge my colleagues to oppose this resolution, and I hope we can get to serious work. But meanwhile, we should oppose this resolution, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs.
Gentleman from Arizona is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you. I sure get a kick out of listening to the gentleman from New York who doesn't know a darn thing about the border crisis and gets to stand up and say, oh, by golly, you know, all the fentanyl, 90% of that fentanyl, boy, howdy, they're catching that right there in the port of entry. Well, you know why they catch it at the port of entry? Because that's where you have x-rays for the vehicles coming in. You have dogs that sniff. Most of the vehicles are getting picked up and looked at, same with the pedestrians coming across. But you know why you don't find it between the ports of entry, where 1.9 million people have come into the Biden administration, Mr. Speaker? You know why they don't find it? Because right now, you can literally drive, let's say if you're on the Tohono O'odham Reservation, you can drive, they have 62 miles right there along the border. You can drive that, and you're going to see maybe 1 or 2 agents in that entire area. You know why? Because the rest of them are processing all of the people that the agents have had to encounter. So they're out at these facilities. So when I was down in Lukeville right before Christmas, I'm standing there I go talk and I say, hey, where are you from? Guinea. How about you? Burkina Faso. How about you? Senegal. How about you? India. How about you? Pakistan. They're coming from all over the world to Lukeville, Arizona. I happened to be there when in that 2-week period, 30,000 encounters took place in that area alone. Oh yeah, this border is secure, it's closed. But what they don't tell you is that you've got a bunch of people coming in between the ports of entry that we can't even go. You know what? Because when I was down in Lukeville, we can't catch them. Why can't we catch them? We sense them. Some places we have sensors. Why couldn't we catch them? Because as I drove along for miles along that border, I didn't see a single agent. Why? Because they're all back at the facility processing. That's what they're doing. That's what these guys have done. That's what the Democrats have done. So, when they say paroles is a good thing, the statute's real clear. It's supposed to be particularized. It's supposed to be case by case. We actually heard in oversight today that the 1 million+ people who've received parole, hey, yeah, they're all being adjudicated on a case-by-case basis. I asked the witness, have you ever been down there and watched the process before they grant somebody parole? I saw it on video. Go with me sometime. Stand down there, visit, watch it, and you will be stunned to know that there's virtually no vetting whatsoever. Because why? We're relying on those individuals to tell us where they're from and who they are. That's how open this border is. So I just want to say that this gentleman, the gentleman from New York, also explained the reason that they support this illegal migration is because they want people to pick our vegetables. That's how they view people coming in from all around the world. I support this resolution and urge my colleagues to do as well. Yield back.
Gentleman's time's expired. The gentleman from Texas reserves.
I reserve.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the reason the gentleman from Arizona couldn't find any Border Patrol agents is because Republicans have refused to vote the appropriations to greatly increase the number of Border Patrol agents that the Biden administration has proposed. We know there aren't enough Border Patrol agents. The administration knows this. The administration has proposed funding for many more Border Patrol agents, but the Republicans have refused to vote it. And then they complain that they can't find Border Patrol agents along the border. Mr. Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Jayapal.
The lady from Washington is recognized.
The ranking Democrat on the Immigration Subcommittee.
The lady from Washington is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in strong opposition to House Resolution 957. Today, the Republican majority has brought up a pointless resolution that does nothing to address the situation at the border and repeats the same tired and untrue talking points about the border. I, too, want to be clear. The border is not open. No matter how many times my Republicans repeat it, it doesn't make it true. But every time Republicans go on television with these false claims, the only people that are being empowered by those false claims are the cartels, who use those false claims to then entice families to come to the border believing that it's open. The fact is that Republicans have not had any interest in doing anything to fix the border because they want to keep chaos at the border until the election. They want to use immigrants as a political tool to ramp up fear and xenophobia in the run-up to the election. And don't just take it from me, Mr. Speaker, take it from my Republican colleagues themselves. On the issue of immigration, Representative Nell said, quote, "I'm not willing to do too damn much right now to help a Democrat and to help Joe Biden's approval rating." And Representative Crenshaw said about Republicans holding Ukraine aid hostage for unworkable border policies, quote, "Some might even be afraid of giving up the border as a campaign issue. They don't want a solution," end quote. That's from Republicans, not from Democrats. And that is the truth. There are real changes that are needed to immigration policies that haven't been updated in 30 years. Some even have bipartisan support. But none of them have moved because Republicans don't really want a solution to this. That is why time and time again, when Republicans had a chance to support more resources and personnel for the border, they voted no. In 2021 and 2023, nearly every current House Republican voted against providing additional funding to increase staffing and resources at ports of entry to combat smuggling of people and drugs. And when my colleague from Arizona says that everyone's coming to the border, he's not wrong in that we've taken away all of the legal pathways for people to actually be able to come here. And the only one that seems to be remaining open is now the border. And when he says that agents aren't out there, it's because they're processing, well, then you should want to fund agents to be able to process so that we can have border agents that are out in the field doing the work that they need. The President's supplemental funding request for the border actually does include more money for immigration judges and asylum officers that would help process people in a legal and orderly fashion. It has money for cities to be able to help people work and support themselves as they wait for their immigration papers to be processed. And we could pass the Dream and Promise Act and the Farm Worker Modernization Act, which are both bipartisan, to help bring real solutions to a broken immigration system. But Republicans won't agree to that. Why? Because it actually would help make the situation at the border better.
Mr. Speaker, I yield the gentlelady an additional minute.
The lady from Washington is recognized for 1 minute.
Republicans won't agree to that. Why? Because it would help make the situation at the border better, and they don't want that under any circumstance. They'd rather continue the cruelty of seeing migrants fleeing horrific circumstances thanks to Republican governors who use their own military to block Border Patrol agents from doing their jobs and saving lives. The cruelty of blaming immigrants for everything just to try and win elections. The cruelty of separating mothers from their babies. That is the extreme Republican playbook. Let's stop wasting everyone's time with this empty rhetoric and work on some real solutions. Vote no on this fact-free resolution. I yield back.
Lady from Washington yields back.
Reserve.
Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3.5 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew.
Gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 3.5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, a nation without borders is not a nation at all. Currently, we have an administration that prioritizes illegal immigrants over American citizens, over our own constituents. Since President Biden took office, more than 8 million illegal immigrants have entered our country without consequence. 300,000 since December alone. Within months, there will be more illegal immigrants than the population of my home state of New Jersey, a state that would rank 10th in population made up of illegals. And yet this president, Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, and my Democratic colleagues continue to deny that the crisis even exists, allowing millions of illegal immigrants, many from countries that hate America, threatens our national security, and it is wrong. using taxpayer dollars to give illegals immigrant-free health care and making Americans pay for it is wrong. Sacrificing the education of our American children to turn their schools into shelters for illegal immigrants is wrong. Cutting public safety to fund services like free housing, free legal aid, and welfare for illegal immigrants that many Americans struggle to afford themselves is wrong. College education subsidies for illegal immigrants is wrong. Them slipping through those on the terror watch list slipping through our borders is wrong. Sanctuary state status, sanctuary city status is wrong. Standing idly by while tens of thousands of Americans, American young people, die at the hands of illicit fentanyl that is flowing freely across our border is wrong. President Biden and this administration has had the power to stop it, but they refuse. Our Democratic colleagues had a chance to stop it by voting for H.R. 2, but they refused. 4 years ago, this didn't exist. And now our Senate colleagues have refused to take up H.R. 2 and are working to increase incentives for illegal immigrants to come into our country. We need to get serious. Those responsible must be held accountable. And once again, I demand that this administration, for once, put American people first. And I hope and I pray that everyone will vote for this good resolution. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Correa.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me just say to my colleagues on this floor that what is really wrong is to misstate the problem, the facts to the American public. I've been to the border numerous times in the last year as a member of Homeland Security Subcommittee. Just got back from Latin America. I've spoken to the border guards at our border. You know what they've told me? They need relief. They need resources. They're tired of working overtime, 2 double shifts, not enough personnel, not enough resources, not enough technology. That's the answer to the problem. The problem isn't an open border. The border is not open. The problem, ladies and gentlemen, is a worldwide refugee challenge. Italy, Greece, Germany, Colombia, Costa Rica, Mexico, all have a problem.
Mr. Speaker, I yield the gentleman an additional minute.
Solution is simple, Mr. Speaker. Let's fund for additional resources for our borders, for border security. Senate Democrats, Senate Republicans, let me repeat, Senate Democrats, Senate Republicans are joining the president in negotiating a solution. House Democrats are there. I ask my colleagues across the aisle, join us. Let's come up with a solution. America deserves solutions, not political statements. Mr. Speaker, I yield.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Kiley.
Gentleman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, the situation at the southern border is utterly untenable. It is an urgent national security and public safety crisis. Everyone knows it. The American people know it. Members on both sides of the aisle in this House know it. And the president sure ought to know it. What we have seen is absolutely beyond anything we have ever seen before. In the 3 years of this administration, there have been 6.7 million illegal border crossings, 1.7 million gotaways, folks that just evaded detection by Border Patrol. In the last month, we had days where there were 10,000 illegal crossings in a single day. These numbers are staggering and they are unprecedented. But what is the meaning of those numbers? Well, on the one hand, it has been an absolute bonanza for the cartels, but on the other hand, it has been an absolute tragedy for the American people, as we have truly incredible amounts of fentanyl coming into the country, taking the lives of young people in every community in our country every day. We have more and more people suffering through the horror of human trafficking and being victimized, and we have growing national security risks every day with the increasing likelihood of terrorists coming into this country, putting all Americans at risk. Mr. Speaker, this isn't brain surgery. We know what a secure border looks like. The House has passed legislation, the Secure the Border Act, with common sense reforms, beefing up our border security with physical barriers, with technology, with Border Patrol, with common sense legal reforms to the parole and the asylum process, even reinstating Remain in Mexico. That one simple step would solve a good portion of this problem. This should not be a political issue. It is not a partisan issue. It is a basic matter of governance. It is the most basic thing that Americans ought to be able to expect from our government. It is a most basic responsibility of a civil society and of a nation state. That is why Americans, Democrat, Republican, Independent, it doesn't matter, are urgently calling for change. This resolution gives voice to that call for change, and I'm proud to support it. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Escobar.
The lady from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I proudly represent El Paso, Texas, a border community, and I rise today in strong opposition to this resolution, which is nothing more than a collection of Republican talking points. Let's be clear, reforming our outdated immigration laws is our responsibility, a congressional responsibility, and it's our responsibility to do so in a way that actually works and doesn't sacrifice our values. Some Republicans prefer to go on TV to complain, and others openly acknowledge they don't want a solution, including the Speaker of the House, who says he wants to wait until after the election. To those who claim their unworkable Secure the Border Act is a solution, please read your bill. You'll see that fundamental to it is that Mexico will accept every single migrant the U.S. sends to them. That's never happened. It will never happen. So H.R. 2 is nothing more than a fantasy for you all. But for those Republicans who are tired of complaining, want to do their job, and really want a solution, join our bipartisan...
An additional
30 seconds.
minute.
Thank you.
Ladies recognized for 1 minute, and the chair would remind all members to direct their comments to the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, or Ranking Member, and Mr. Speaker. For those Republicans who are tired of complaining and really want a solution, please join our bipartisan coalition, a coalition that worked on real solutions, legislative solutions. It's called the Dignity Act of 2023. It addresses the border and beyond, does it in a way that doesn't sacrifice our values. Please join us. Let's fix this together because we can. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Lady yields back. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Williams.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to denounce President Biden's open border policies that have fueled the invasion, I repeat, invasion of our country through our southern border. I wonder how many of my liberal friends across the aisle have actually even been to the border. Let us be clear, this is a crisis of Biden's making. He has not been to the border, nor has Vice President Harris been to the border. They've been to a parking lot in El Paso, Texas, and that's as good as they could do. So over 3 years now, Biden has ignored calls to the American people to secure our border and protect American lives. This administration's failed policies have allowed over 8 million illegal immigrants to cross into our country, forcing border states such as my home state of Texas to take matters into their own hands, only to be attacked by Biden's out-of-reach DOJ and be sued for protecting the lives of Texans. It's time for President Biden and his administration are held accountable for the lack of action at our southern border. From my very first day, I have fought against the radical left's open border and pro-amnesty policies, and the House Republicans have done their job with real solutions and passed H.R. 2 to fully fund and secure our border, but that too has been ignored by Schumer and President Biden. This is not the border between New York and New Jersey. It is totally different. Some don't see it that way. So today we take another stand. I urge my colleagues to support HRES 957 to denounce President Biden's open border policies. In God we trust. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Texas reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Texas, Representative Jackson Lee.
Lady from Texas, Ms. Jackson Lee, is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the distinguished gentleman for yielding, and I am very glad that my colleagues and some from Texas want to have the real truth discussed on this floor. The real truth is that President Biden does not have and has not fostered or encouraged open borders. In fact, the United States does not have open borders. It would be truly an act of real leadership if Republicans would work with Democrats and the present administration to do as was done during the Reagan administration when, yes, whether you agreed or disagreed, immigration laws were passed. And if this Republican contingent of members, House and Senate, would work, we would find the resolution to some of the concerns that we have. It is very clear that the impeachment of Secretary Mayorkas is not a solution. The present resolution that we have is not a solution. Today, there are approximately 38,000 people in immigration detention, which is 4,000 more than what DHS is funded for. And people without facts don't realize, somewhat similar to Trump. Many of us are concerned about due process rights. But when accusations are made about one party is better than another, that is not true. And of course, there were those removed under Title 42, and the Biden administration did that when that law was in place. The total is nearly equivalent to the number of people removed in all of fiscal 2019 in the past administration. But this administration wants to put forward reasonable and effective legislation so that we will get an additional 1,300 Border Patrol agents, 375 immigration judges, 1,600 asylum officers to speed up processing of asylum claims, 1,000 CBP officers, new detection technology for ports of entry, additional investigative capabilities to combat fentanyl trafficking. And
Gentlelady, an additional 1 minute.
Ladies recognized for 1 minute.
And quickly, fentanyl is not an immigration issue. It's a criminal issue. It's a crime issue. It's where we have to come together with our law enforcement across America. $1.4 billion more in grants to help communities. But what I will say, the utilization of state laws that effectively are not governed by the Constitution. States do not have immigration authority. And blocking the Border Patrol is not an effective immigration tool. And causing a mother and two of her children to die is not an immigration tool. I don't want to be a part of it. I want to be a part of the work that the President is doing. Thank you, Mr. President, the Vice President, with the Senate, that I want this House to be doing so that we can, in fact, have border solutions that work. None where visas are able to be given to the appropriate people. Limiting or removing parole does not work. 8.3 million relatives of U.S. citizens and legal residents awaiting a green card. That does not work. Restricting immigration parole is a lose-lose situation. Rejecting DACA young people who are, in fact, ready to be paramedics, lawyers, doctors, teachers. White House calls on Congress to advance critical national security. All of this is what President Biden is doing, and I would make the argument that this is what we should be doing in order to have real
Ladies' time's expired.
Real immigration reform. I yield back and ask that we do not support the underlying
Gentleman
amendment.
from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Cloud.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
If we were to ask the cartels to design a border security apparatus for the United States, it would look very much like the one the Biden administration has given us. Just enough of the illusion of border security for them to be able to charge a hefty premium, but not enough to actually stop their trafficking of humans and drugs into our country. And the truth is, the Biden administration has every single authority that the Trump administration has, and they have more resources than the Trump administration has to secure the border, but they refuse to do so. And they blame Texas, they blame us in Congress for saying they need more money. But as one Border Patrol agent I talked to just 2 weeks ago on the border said, it's like we're holding a bucket in front of an open fire hydrant and they keep asking for more buckets. We need to cap the fire hydrant. The problem is, from Congress's perspective, is we send over a check to the administration, and on the memo column we put border security. But this administration has taken that check and cashed it and used it to aid and abet cartels in the human trafficking and the drug trafficking into our country. We have to stop this. Monies that's set aside for natural disasters to help Americans, like through FEMA, goes to help NGOs. This entire cottage industry where cartels bring migrants to our country, and then our border security apparatus, along with NGOs and federal taxpayer funding, used to transport them throughout the country, where many times the cartels pick up that relationship and keep migrants in indentured servitude and sex slave. We cannot continue to allow this to happen. Right now, what's happening, when we talk about processing, who's coming across the border right now? Primarily, it's military-aged single adults. And then when our border security has to collapse to a processing center, it leaves hundreds of miles open to where we have what we call known gotaways, and then even more dangerous, the unknown gotaways that are coming across our border. We have no idea what's happening. We have to secure our border. It's a humanitarian issue. It's a national security issue. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Texas reserves.
I reserve.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Ramirez.
The lady from Illinois is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Ranking Member, and thank you, Chair. I rise to oppose House Resolution 957. I have a question. If we have open borders, which is what I hear in Homeland Security all the time, then let me ask this question. Why are people dying, children, in the Rio Grande attempting to enter our country? Let me ask you another question. Why are there over 38,000 people right now sitting in immigration detention? If the borders are open, why are families living in fear of separation by deportation? We know many of them because they go to church with us, or at least I go to church with some of those immigrant families. So if Republicans are not serious about making real policy change, because if they were, they would do a couple of the things that you see on my board here. Allocate resources and capacity to make our borders safer. Adopt smart tech to stem fentanyl brought in the U.S. through the ports of entry, much of it by American citizens. Expedite and expand work permits to address our labor shortages that are driving inflation. Alleviate the conditions across Latin America that motivate families to migrate. I've been to the border. My mother crossed the border with me. And I can tell you that the borders are not, in fact, open. I invite those serious about change, though, to support any or all of the solutions, the things that we were sent to do here, find solutions. And I invite you to abandon House Resolution 957, which is a political stunt, and those sham impeachments that make no meaningful policy progress. I urge my colleagues to see through the political performance of 2023. Let's leave it in 23. We shouldn't have to have brought it into 24. And let's vote hell no to House Resolution 957. I yield back.
Reserve.
The chair would like to remind members to direct their comments to the chair. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Van Dyne.
The lady from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of my Texas colleagues' resolution condemning the purposeful actions of the Biden administration and Secretary Mayorkas for turning over our nation's security and southern border to Mexican cartels and ushering in a vast tsunami of over 10 million illegal immigrants who are overwhelming our cities and our states. 10 million illegal immigrants have come here illegally, and yet my Democrat colleagues insist the border's closed. Nothing to see here. Indeed, the Biden administration has enabled a horrific new era of human slavery, forced labor, and child sex trafficking that is destroying the lives of tens of thousands of people and causing crime to escalate across America, all because they refuse to enforce our laws that are already written. This isn't about creating a whole new immigration process. This is about forcing the administration and agencies to do their jobs. Democrats admit that the president's additional funding request isn't about securing the border. It's not about national security. but it's about processing illegals faster into the country. With more than 100,000 dead Americans from Chinese-supplied and Mexican cartel trafficked fentanyl into our country, we need to understand that we are at war. The Biden administration has gleefully brought this misery and destruction to the American people. The first job of the federal government is to protect our rights and protect our homeland. Unfortunately, under the Biden administration's disgraceful and dangerous actions, the American people are less safe. We face a national security catastrophe, and the leftists running the White House could not care less. All of Congress should stand up for the American people, stand up for truly secure borders, and empower immigrations and customs enforcement and the brave men and women of Border Patrol to do their jobs. Lock down the border and fight the Mexican cartels. This is what Americans want, and this is what Americans deserve. I yield back the balance of my time.
Ladies, time expires. The gentleman from Texas reserves.
I reserve.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from Michigan, Representative Tlaib.
Excuse me, how many minutes?
2 minutes.
Gentlelady from Michigan is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, there's no denying that our immigration system is broken. It's so deteriorated. The last time that Congress passed any immigration reform, real reform, was in 1996. That was 28 years ago. And it's not just Democrats or Republicans to blame. Frankly, both parties have completely failed to find the courage to really, truly dig deep and fix our broken immigration system. The prisons first, humanity later doesn't work. We have a responsibility to act. I have to tell you, as a former immigration attorney, I remember U.S. citizens waiting 10 years or more just to bring their children over, and it's even longer for those in Mexico. Siblings, 12, 15, even 20 years waiting to unite with their family members. The system is completely broken and does not work for our country. Our immigrant neighbors deserve to live with human dignity, stability, and equal recognition as valued members of communities. We have so many U.S. citizen spouses now that cannot have their spouses right now, their immigrant spouses, to be able to adjust their status here in the United States. Look it up. It's so important to understand that we need to protect our immigration process by actually making sure it meets the needs of our country. For far too long, millions of our immigrant neighbors have waited in limbo while they face numerous challenges and obstacles to obtain legal status and pathway to citizenship. And please remember that migrants and asylum seekers come to our country to escape violence and seek a better life for our community, for their families. They should not be vilified, locked in cages, or dehumanized. I really ask all of us to please stop with the fear-mongering. These policies are rooted in racism, xenophobia, and white nationalism, and we must change our course. Thank you.
The lady yields. Gentleman from New York reserves. Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Wyoming, Ms. Hageman.
The lady from Wyoming is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For years, we have sounded the alarm about the crisis at our southern border, yet this can no longer be called a crisis. What we face is an existential threat to our nation, and it is a threat enabled by the Biden administration. Since taking office, the Biden administration has flouted and defied countless laws of the United States in order to prop up their blatantly illegal open border policies. Countless officials, including Biden, Vice President Harris, and Secretary of Homeland Security Mayorkas, have violated their oath of office by failing to faithfully discharge the duties of their offices and protect our nation. Under President Biden, 8 million illegal aliens have been stopped at our borders, and over 1.7 million known gotaways have entered the nation, with an untold number of illegal aliens crossing undetected. In total, Biden's border failures have resulted in illegal immigrants totals that are well over 14 times the entire population of the state of Wyoming. The 94 executive actions taken in President Biden's first 100 days alone have decimated all progress made by the Trump administration to secure our nation, ending the Remain in Mexico program, halting construction on the border wall, and handicapping the ability for federal law enforcement to actually enforce the law.
These actions and dozens like them by the Biden administration have deliberately created an environment where the rule of law no longer exists, where fentanyl kills our children and friends, and where no community in America can be considered safe. Our hospitals are incurring literally tens of millions of dollars of uncompensated care, and our farmers are going broke because of the destruction of their crops. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of H Resolution 957 and call on the Biden administration to end their dangerous open border policies that place Americans at risk. Thank you, and I yield back.
Lady yields back. I would remind members to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president. Gentleman from Texas is reserves.
I reserve.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, we know from the newspapers and from talking to our colleagues in the Senate that Senate negotiators, Democrats and Republicans, are close to an agreement on a bill to provide for border security on an immigration bill. But the Speaker of the House has said that no matter what they agree to, he's not willing to look at it, that he's not willing to have this House pass any immigration bill whatsoever. So it ill behooves the Republicans to decry lack of border security when the Speaker of the House has announced that under no circumstances will they do anything about it. I reserve.
From New York reserves. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 2 minutes from the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Self.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of my Texas colleague, Resolution 957. We all know the eye-watering figures, the 10 million, greater than the population of our 7th largest state, 1.7 million gotaways. I want to focus on the 100,000 minors that we have literally lost in the interior of the United States, supposedly because under some treaty, we are not authorized to collect and store information on minors. So they are simply in the United States, who knows doing what, slave trade, indentured servanthood. The cartels will collect their pound of flesh from the people that pay them to bring them across the border. They are in every state. They are in many of our cities. They are now collecting from indentured servants, from the sex trade, from the slavery that we have, from the fentanyl that they bring across and sell. No new policy, no new law, no new tax dollars are a solution for this issue. It is the lawless behavior of the administration that must change. If you want a solution, the solution is, I urge my colleagues across the aisle to address the lawless behavior of this administration. That is the only solution to secure our border. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from Texas is reserves.
Before I reserve, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to let the gentleman from New York know that we have no further speakers, and I am prepared to close.
Same with me.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I grant myself all my remaining time.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, we need to work together to address our broken immigration system. Enforcement alone cannot fix it. We know this because that approach has largely failed for 3 decades. We need to update our immigration system so that it meets the needs of our country. We need a balanced, bipartisan approach that expands lawful pathways. This will help relieve pressure on the border and allow people to come to this country in an orderly and efficient way. But this resolution will accomplish none of that. Instead of reaching across the aisle in search of meaningful solutions, this resolution uses empty rhetoric to score cheap political points. This resolution doesn't claim to accomplish anything for immigration reform. All it does is condemn President Biden. In a Congress that has broken records for its lack of accomplishments, this is just one more useless bill that does nothing to help the American people. I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New York yields. The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These are some of the things that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle have said today. The border is not open. Mr. Correa, Ms. Jackson-Lee, Mr. Nadler all said that. Ms. Jayapal said they don't want a solution. Mr. Correa also said we need more resources. And in fact, that was one of the mantras throughout The debate today on the other side of the aisle was more resources, more resources, more resources. But let me just tell you, funding is not the issue. Funding is at an all-time high for our border protection. Despite border protection funding being at an all-time high, we are seeing record high encounters at the border. Why is that? There's one reason for that. It's the administration's current policies. I provided this analogy several times to individuals over the months leading up to this debate, and that is an analogy about a flood at my house. When I was being elected, I had a flood. I came home one night and there was water all over the floor in my house. My first reaction was not to stand there and say, you know what, I need to go get a bunch of moppers to come in here and mop up the water that's there. My first reaction was find where the water leak is and turn off the valve. Shut off the flood. That's exactly what we need to do. That's what this resolution sounds the alarm about. It resounds the alarm about. We've been talking about this for years on this side of the aisle. But apparently both sides of the aisle are not getting the message. This resolution helps us to admit that there is a problem. It helps us to identify the cause and it helps us to solve it. Just like the flood in my house, what would happen if the other side of the aisle was in charge of that would say, well, let's just let the flood continue. We're going to just hire a bunch of more moppers to come in and try to clean it up. That is simply not the solution. You got to turn that valve off first. You got to stop the incursion of water, and in this case, you have to stop the incursion of the migrants coming across our border illegally. It's a matter of the rule of law. It's a matter of the sovereignty of the United States. It's a matter of enforcing those laws that are on the books today, and it's frankly a matter of will of the administration to put back in place those policies that were working before 2021 began. Mr. Speaker, I'm astounded by the fact that even today, we're hearing over and over again from the other side of the aisle that the border is not open. I would urge my colleagues to go visit. Having been in Eagle Pass and El Paso, I can tell you it is casual. That's the word I would use for it. Watching people, myself, come across the border casually and then taken right to a processing center, and then before you know it, out into the interior of the United States, who knows where, and who knows when to be found again, and who knows what they're going to do in the midst. We are seeing a lot of rise of terrorism across this world. And to allow our southern borders to have the porous nature they do presently puts our nation at risk. It is a national security issue that must be solved. We must have the will to do it. And frankly, the Republicans have already proposed the right solution. That's H.R. 2. I was proud to be one of the original 8 co-sponsors of H.R. 2, and we need to pass that in its entirety. We certainly need to work with Senate Democrats and Senate Republicans and the administration to get that done. But before that happens, and for the last 3 years, what should have been happening is the administration should have enforced the policies that the prior administration had in place to solve the problem once and for all, to get us to a place where we can, in fact, have our sovereignty restored and our geographic borders protected and the interior of the United States protected. I urge my colleagues to support the resolution, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House resolution, the previous question is ordered on the resolution and the preamble. The question is on adoption of the resolution. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution is agreed to, and without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I ask...
For what purpose the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
I ask for the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those in favor of a vote of the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings of this question or on this question are postponed. Go ahead and read this one. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which a recorded vote or the yeas and nays are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings on the postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Iowa seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3058, Recruiting Families Using Data Act, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 283, H.R. 3058, a bill to amend Parts B and E of Title IV of the Social Security Act to improve foster and adoptive parent recruitment and retention and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Iowa, Mr. Feenstra, and the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Kildee, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Iowa.
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and submit extraneous material on the bill under consideration.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, H.R. 3058, the Recruiting Families Using Data Act of 2023, supports states in addressing the nationwide shortage of foster homes. In the United States of America, every child deserves a home. Unfortunately, our nation's foster care system is facing enormous challenges, with a record number of children sleeping in social workers' offices, in hotels, in hospitals, because they have nowhere else to go. Iowa lost more than 200 licensed foster care homes since 2019. Washington, D.C. lost nearly half of their foster homes since 2019. And states like South Carolina have seen a 60% decline. These foster homes are essential to providing vulnerable children with safe, loving homes, and we have to stop this dramatic decline. We need to make it easier to find families who are willing and able to foster children, and those generous families who choose to foster to continue. Unfortunately, the ability for states and nonprofits to respond to the challenges is limited by the shortage of information. We need to know why foster families quit fostering if we are going to make it easier to recruit and retain them. We need to be able to evaluate what the needs of foster families are and their children, so the states can set goals for improvement and be able to evaluate whether they're making progress in meeting those goals. I am proud of the steps this bill takes to modernize child welfare by taking advantage of data to support states in their recruitment and retention of foster parents, so children can be cared for in safe and loving homes. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this important legislation. And I want to give a special thanks and shout out to Representative Kildee for his leadership on this bill, for the committee's work to strengthen the child welfare system. Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Iowa reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Let me start by thanking my colleague and friend, Mr. Feenstra, for his work on this legislation. I think we prove once again that while we do have our divisions in this body and we have some divisions in this country, there are certain issues that bring us together across party lines, across different aspects of our society. And Mr. Feenstra and I think, prove that with our work on this legislation, along with the other members who have joined together to put this really important act together to help foster youth have a better path forward in life. This legislation, as Mr. Feenstra said, is a common sense approach to solving one of the problems that we see in the foster care system. It will improve the recruitment and the retention of foster families so that we can get more kids into safe and loving homes. Across the country, there is a severe shortage of foster parents, and retention of foster families, of foster parents, is a big part of the problem. Most foster parents stop fostering after just 1 year, and many stop fostering after their very first or second foster placements. Under current law, states have the responsibility to develop plans known as diligent recruitment plans, outlining the actions that they'll take to ensure that every kid in their care is connected to a family that meets their particular needs. However, a recent review conducted by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services showed that these plans need significant reform and improvement. States rarely use data to inform their recruitment and retention strategies, and often they fail to engage foster parents themselves or foster youth the people who understand the system better than anyone in developing those plans. What this means is that states continue to have difficulty finding and keeping foster parents, which has devastating impacts for those foster kids. The most recent federal review of Michigan's foster care system cites countless reports of children sleeping in offices or hotels for weeks and months as they await placement in a foster home. Our social workers are doing the best they can, stepping up to take care of these children when they don't have anyone else, but that is not the kind of home that any child deserves. So as we continue to grapple with this severe shortage of foster homes, we're also seeing a growing number of foster parents drop out of the system because they just aren't getting the support that they need. In 2023, the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services reported that close to 1/3 of foster parents terminate their foster care licenses each year, 1/3 each year. And this, of course, only puts more stress on a system that desperately needs more safe and loving homes. So our legislation, the Recruiting Families Using Data Act, is a first step toward addressing this crisis. To help states better meet the needs of foster children in their care, the bill would replace the outdated diligent recruitment plans with family partnership plans that do the following, that are developed in consultation with foster youth and their families, that support foster family advisory boards, which give foster parents a voice in the policy development process, and that uses data, as the title of the bill suggests. It uses data to establish recruitment and retention goals and measure our progress toward those goals. This is a subject that's close to me. In my original career, for almost a decade, was a social worker working in this field. In fact, I was working at an agency, a residential agency for the most at-risk kids in our population, neglect and abused kids. And so I know from my own personal experience the weaknesses in this system, and I know that fixing the system will require the expertise of the people who know it best. The foster care system is known best by the people who are a part of it, the families and the youth that have gone through it. So by giving people a voice and using data that we derive from them and from their experiences, we'll find better ways to recruit and retain those folks, recruitment strategies that really work. This bill, while it doesn't solve the entire problem, will make a significant improvement to the foster care system, not just in my home state, but all across the country. And I would now like to yield to a colleague, Ms. Sherfullis McCormick. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm reserving. Okay, I will reserve then in that event.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Iowa is recognized.
I reserve.
Gentleman from Iowa reserves. The gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Congresswoman Sherfullis McCormick.
The gentlelady from Florida is recognized for 2 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 305-3058, the Recruitment Families Using Data Act, introduced by Representative Dan Kildee from the great state of Michigan. I'm proud to be an original co-sponsor of this legislation because we know all too well that protecting America's foster children starts by recruiting and retaining the best foster families to provide safe and loving homes. Mr. Speaker, I'm a strong believer that we measure what we value. This bill takes a critical step to help states better meet the foster children in their care by replacing antiquated tactics with improved family partnership plans to collect and utilize data to establish recruitment and retention goals, while simultaneously tracking progress towards reaching these goals. Even with the limited data that currently exists, we know that there is a severe shortage of foster parents across our country due to the lack of retention. By measuring what we value, we can better understand the root causes of low retention and help those willing to open their homes to those who need it the most. We must never waver as Congress and the country to ensure America's foster families have what they need to keep their children, our children, safe and loved. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Iowa is recognized.
I reserve, and I have no further speakers, and I'm prepared to close.
The gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers. I'm prepared to close at this time.
Gentleman from Michigan is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me just again thank my colleague, Mr. Feenstra, for his work on this, and all my colleagues on the Ways and Means Committee and throughout the Congress for supporting this legislation. As I said, there's much we need to do to improve the foster care system, to recognize the needs of foster youth, to make sure that they have a safe and loving home, to put them on a path to be the best versions of themselves. This is a step in that direction. I encourage all my colleagues to support this legislation. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Back. The gentleman from Iowa is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the remainder of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Every year, thousands of families welcome foster children into their homes. Children in foster care need permanent, loving homes. Sadly, our nation is facing a shortage of available foster homes, and children are left sleeping in hotels and hospitals and social workers' offices because they have nowhere else to go. These children need foster parents, and we need to show compassion and care for them as they face the trauma and hardship of being removed from their homes. We must do more to ensure that all children in foster care have safe and available placements. This bill is so important that it has to get passed. And I want to thank again Congressman Kildee for all his work and support of this legislation. I also appreciate his comments that he just made. And I truly urge my colleagues to support this bill. Mr. Speaker, I yield back the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3058 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair?
I object to the vote on the ground.
Opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. The gentleman from Iowa seek recognition.
I object to the vote on the ground that a quorum is not present and make a point of order that a quorum is not present currently.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this motion will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the chair.
The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. The motion to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 5862 and adoption of House Resolution 957. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Smith, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 5862 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 5862, a bill to amend the Homeland Security Act of 2002 relating to authority of the U.S. Customs and Border Protection to consolidate, modify, or reorganize customs revenue functions.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 403, the nays are 9. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the adoption of the House Resolution 957, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Resolution 957, resolution denouncing the Biden administration's open border policies, condemning the national security and public safety crisis along the southwest border, and urging President Biden to end his administration's open borders policies.
The question is on the adoption of the resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote. The yeas are 225, the nays are 187. The resolution is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
I need that. Desperately need that.
Order. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
And Mr. Speaker, the House is not in order.
The House needs to be in order. Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor World War II veteran John Ward of Oil City, Pennsylvania on his 100th birthday. Mr. Ward enlisted in the U.S. Army at the age of 18 and participated in campaigns in Europe with the 405th Anti-Aircraft Gun Battalion. He saw time in Normandy and northern France, Germany, Belgium, and England, where he received numerous citations for his service to this nation. Mr. Ward said he has fond memories of his time in the Army, especially the people he met and the friendships he made. For a number of years, John and his late wife Betty enjoyed reunions of the 405th Battalion. After he concluded his military service, John returned to Oil City, worked in the local steel plant for 39 years. He is a longtime devoted member of the Oil City Wesleyan Methodist Church. He was married to Betty for 72 years until her passing in 2019. They raised 3 children. Mr. Speaker, I wish Mr. John Ward of Oil City a very happy 100th birthday and thank him for his service during World War II. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The House will be in order. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor one of the greatest Americans, Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr. Dr. King spent his life making sure all Americans were given the same rights regardless of color or creed. He had a dream. He had a dream the country would find a peaceful path to racial equality. And his dream attracted more than 250,000 people to Washington and the steps of the Lincoln Memorial. His work helped pass the 1964 Civil Rights Act and the 1965 Voting Rights Act. These acts restored rights to African Americans that had been denied them for decades. For his work, Dr. King received a Nobel Peace Prize in 1964. For his work, he received the assassination from a bullet. If he had resorted to violence himself, none of these events would have happened, and we would not have the movement for equality we have today. So let us take this week to honor the legacy of Dr. King and remember his legacy as we continue to fight for all rights of all Americans. And I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, in my home state of California, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle there, the Democrats there, just know how to tax and spend other people's money. OPM, which sounds a lot like opium. Our state's massive $100 billion budget surplus was wasted on far-left priorities. Now California is facing at least a 40, maybe even a $68 billion budget deficit in the coming year. Instead of reckoning with these massive overspending, our Governor Newsom is dipping into the state's reserves while delaying some of these program rollouts, instead of making the necessary cuts and reductions in big government. He's claiming California is in a fiscal emergency, yet he's still planning on giving millions of illegal immigrants free health care, including sex change operations. He's not even delaying that idea as well. Of course, this health care for illegals won't actually be free. The taxpayers will pay, as you know. California has the highest top income tax rate of any state, and some of the highest taxes in the country overall. Our tax dollars certainly don't go towards any projects that benefit Californians, such as much-needed water storage, fixing more of our crumbling freeways. Instead, we see more blackouts, wildfires, crumbling infrastructure, and social breakdowns in our cities.
The gentleman's time expired.
We must do better. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor Cafe Jumping Bean, a Latino-owned coffee shop in my district, on their 30th anniversary. When then 26-year-old Eleazar Delgado was searching for a place for artists to meet in Pilsen, he realized that such a place was non-existent on the southwest side of Chicago. So he took a chance and opened Pilsen's first coffee house, but not just any coffee shop, one featuring local artists and their local creations. From hosting cellist Yo-Yo Ma to local artwork displays, Cafe Jumping Bean has maintained its roots in a changing, diverse Pilsen and now has become a pillar in our community. Whether you go for chocolate mexicano or their famous screaming bean, one thing's certain, you'll enjoy a taste of culture in a cup. Happy anniversary, Eleazar Delgado and Cafe Jumping Bean. Here's to the next 30 years of serving Pilsen and the larger community. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and extend and revise my remarks as needed.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to introduce a resolution to censure Congresswoman Elise Stefanik for providing aid, comfort, and support to the rioters and insurrectionists who violently attacked this Capitol on January 6, 2021, in an effort to undermine our democracy and illegally stop the peaceful transfer of power. Since that attempted coup, Ms. Stefanik has repeatedly and persistently expressed support for the duly convicted insurrectionists. Last week, echoing the inflammatory language of criminal defendant Donald Trump, Ms. Stefanik disgracefully referred to the January 6 insurrectionists in prison as, quote, hostages, unquote. Ms. Stefanik's support of convicted criminals charged with offenses against the United States government, including attempted violence against members of this body, is simply unacceptable from a member of Congress. Nor is it acceptable for a member of Congress who purports to oppose anti-Semitism to equate convicted insurrectionists with the more than 130 Israeli hostages who remain subject to horrific conditions in Gaza. She therefore must be censured. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, holding tightly her stuffed animal as long as she could, Hila, an innocent 13-year-old young Israeli girl, was taken hostage and endured a horrible experience in Hamas captivity. As the father of 3 boys, hearing her story and others was heart-wrenching. Hila Rotem Shushani spent 50 days in captivity after being kidnapped from her home in Kibbutz Be'eri, along with her mother and friend Emily, who was at a sleepover. Young Hila saw and experienced things that no child should ever have to. It's been over 100 days, and the families left behind direly want their loved ones home. No family should have to endure the anguish and separation and the uncertainty that Hila, her mother, and other families have experienced. Bring them home now. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I want to register my sincere appreciation to Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin for his lifetime of exemplary service to our nation in the U.S. military. I wish him a speedy recovery from his recent successful surgery. Critics who took the first occasion to swing at him obviously have no self-control, no discretion, nor understanding of what a military officer at his level endures. From his hospital bed, Secretary Austin expertly orchestrated an American-led strike against Houthi terrorists who threaten global commerce and put American lives at risk through their continued assault on civilian ships in the Red Sea. Let us remain steadfast in our nation's strategic interests at a most challenging time globally. If you wish to be constructive, work with members who serve on a bipartisan basis on our defense committees. Address your concerns through proper channels. Why air ill-informed grievances on social media or cable news? Team America must remain steadfast and of united purpose. Thank you, Secretary Austin, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from New Mexico seek recognition?
I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today in opposition to the GOP's 2 anti-choice bills which are going to be on the House floor this week. These 2 bills, like much of the House GOP's legislation, claim to support women and our communities while doing the exact opposite through a thinly veiled attempt to further restrict and stigmatize abortion, as they meanwhile work to gut access to reproductive care all across this country. And these policies are so unpopular that they are now hiding them in education bills, like the ones that they're bringing to the floor this week, as nearly 36 of our House Republican colleagues are now trying to walk back their support for national abortion bans. But the American people are not fooled. Do not be fooled by these bills. Our reproductive rights are under attack. And these two bills are part of that attempt to gut the rights of women. And that is why I will not only be voting no, but hell no to these bills. I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Moore, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Majority Leader.
Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the topic of the special order.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This week, House Republicans are doing important work to support pregnant women and mothers. As thousands of people across the nation join together this week to promote their pro-life cause, we are grateful for the chance to do our part on the legislative level and bring 2 critical bills to the floor: the Pregnant Student Rights Act and the Supporting Pregnant and Parenting Women and Families Act. We're also continuing to hold the Biden administration accountable for their policy failures at the southern border. This is time and time again. We're up here talking about this. We're visiting the border. We are, as a House GOP, intently focused on making some what should be very simple fixes to be able to reduce the ability for the cartels to run the border and to set so many people up for failure with this entire topic. And we're going to continue to sound this alarm. President Biden took office. There have been 8 million illegal crossings nationwide and over 6.7 million encounters at the southern border. It's unacceptable. And we just passed a resolution denouncing the administration's open border policies that are threatening the safeties of our communities. These are important items, important legislative topics where we've got several colleagues of mine here to share their thoughts on this approach. With that, I would like to invite the first colleague of mine from the great state of Nebraska. Now I will yield so much time as he may consume. Representative Adrian Smith for the first remarks of the evening.
Thank you to my colleague, Mr. Moore, for your efforts here today, and certainly to all of my colleagues for having an exchange and conversation that I think is vital for our country. It is important that we always examine what's taking place across America, what is appropriate for the federal government to do, not to do, and how best to do what's good for the American people within certainly the Constitution and its parameters. It has come up that the program Temporary Assistance for Needy Families, TANF as it's called, and many caseworkers across America are familiar with TANF, and beneficiaries are as well, but Temporary Assistance for Needy Families. It came about that the administration is excluding various women in need of care for their pregnancy if they seek care or conversations within the delivery method of a pregnancy center. I find this disturbing, actually. I've been inspired, actually, by the work that these pregnancy centers do in meeting the needs of women, especially if a woman finds herself with a crisis pregnancy, and they present information, and they ultimately offer care and a friendship, if you will, to a person in need, and to make decisions in their interest, and certainly the interest of a little one. I think it's important to note that it's one thing to be pro-life, and it's quite another to make sure that a child is cared for and receives what they need for nourishment and care, and hopefully with the mother and hopefully with the father as well. As we sort out all of these policies that we see coming and going here through this institution and through Congress in general, I think it is vital that we certainly uphold the purposes of temporary assistance for needy families in making sure that those in need receive the resources that they need and that they would select. I would say that The administration's policies of excluding pregnancy centers is actually restricting a young mother, prospective mother, from information and approaches that they would prefer to have. So as we look at all of TANF and temporary assistance for needy families, I hope that given the fact that we allow states much latitude in carrying out what they think they need to do with these tax dollars that flow through the federal government, but ultimately from taxpayers, I think it is absolutely incumbent upon us to make sure that those dollars end up where they need to go and can be expected to make a positive difference. This is a very reasonable proposition, I believe, that I have as a federal policymaker, that as these dollars flow out across America, that we would expect those dollars to be wisely spent. For the critics of pregnancy centers, I would urge all of them to visit a pregnancy center themselves. These pregnancy centers exist all across America, communities small and large. I've been very impressed hearing from the clients themselves of how they appreciated the care that they found through the pregnancy centers, and that they had someone to walk with them through a very difficult moment in life, perhaps, and also taking a difficult moment in life and realizing that that can become a very triumphant moment as well. So I certainly would urge my colleagues to support our legislation later this week so that pregnant women will have access to information that they would select themselves, and that we can honor those options that these expectant mothers should have along the way, and that the federal government would not stand in the way of an expectant mother receiving information and the care that they would choose to have. Thank you. I again commend my colleague, Mr. Moore from Utah, for holding this special order that I think is vital for our country, certainly vital to the future of America. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. I joined the gentleman last week in our legislative markup on this exact topic, and that was the point we were trying to make is, in this situation, particularly with TANF dollars, we need to be able to provide more care and stretch those dollars to support as many situations as possible. And it's just, this is an unneeded rule. It's targeted at groups that are trying to do right by their communities and support women going through very difficult situations as best as possible. And so continuing, as we've been doing these special orders, Mr. Speaker, we've had an overwhelming number of individuals from particularly Texas, as the border issue continues to just rage on with affecting those communities acutely, and every other state becoming a border state because of it. Our representatives from Texas are so passionate about this issue, and so I welcome and I will yield so much time as he may consume to give a message on both the border and a pro-life message to the gentleman from from Texas 14th District, Representative Randy Weber.
I thank the gentleman, and I'm going to start with what it means when we're talking about being pro-life. Mr. Speaker, let this sink in. 65,464,760 precious babies have been killed in abortion since Roe v. Wade in 1973. Mr. Speaker, I have 3 children, 8 grandchildren, and even a great-granddaughter. As a Christian and as a father of those 3 children and a grandfather of those 8, now a great-grandfather, the issue of abortion is extremely personal to me. Every single unborn child is a human life, wonderfully made and worth protecting. And I can tell you from experience, Mr. Speaker, the joy that children bring into the world is unparalleled. They are a gift from God that He gives to all of us. We need to look no further than Jeremiah 1:5 in God's holy word to know God's love for each child. And I'm quoting, "Before I formed you in the womb, I knew you, and before you were born, I set you apart," end quote. In Deuteronomy 30:19, we are called to choose life. Moses is laying out for the Israelites the blessings of obedience and the cursings of disobedience. And he says in Deuteronomy 30:19, we are called to choose life. Quote, "I have set before you life and death, blessing and cursing. Therefore choose life, that thou and thy seed may live." Mr. Speaker, when we're choosing the death of an unborn child by abortion, our unborn seed is not living. Our great nation has carried this belief in and respect for life from the very moment of our founding. Our forefathers noted that we are endowed by our Creator with certain inalienable rights: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness are granted to each of us, assuming we have the chance to begin living that life. And yet our society seems to struggle with that simple proposition. Life allows for liberty, and liberty allows for the pursuit of happiness. Without the fundamental right to life, our society begins to look so vastly different. Without the fundamental right to life, we have neither liberty nor happiness. And then on June 24th, 2022, after almost 50 years of living, many of us would say dying under the tragically unconstitutional Roe v. Wade decision, the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. What a victory! The voiceless, once again, finally have a voice. As thousands prepare to stand for life in our nation's capital, my Republican colleagues and I continue our fight for life, for voting for the Pregnant Students' Rights Act and the Supporting Pregnant and Parenting Women and Families Act. I will always, 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 Mr. Speaker, stand up and protect life. The gentleman is exactly correct. In Texas, the border is important to us. Mr. Speaker, it's absolutely no secret that the Biden administration has purposefully and willfully destroyed over 100 years of immigration policy, resulting in 8 million plus illegal crossings since Joe Biden took office. Mr. Speaker, I've been visiting the Texas border since my time in the Texas State House back in 2009. I was vice chair of the Border Committee my second term there. I got back from the border earlier this month, and I'm heading back to the border soon. What we are witnessing now is the worst I have ever seen it. The worst that the Border Patrol agents and the Texas law enforcement officers have ever seen it. They told us that in person. Mr. Speaker, Joe Biden is responsible for creating the policies that are encouraging illegal immigration, and he will not work in good faith with Republicans to fix the problem he created. Mr. Speaker, we passed a border bill, H.R. 2, strong legislation to secure Americans' border. We passed that over 6 months ago. Just in the Border Patrol's Del Rio sector, we are seeing folks come across from countries like Iraq, Iran, Saudi Arabia, Syria, and China, just to name a few, and over 300 documented cases of smuggling since October. How many terrorists in 9/11 took down the Trade Center? 19. Now, we can identify a whole lot more terrorists coming in. 300 documented cases of smuggling, as I said, since October. The weekly revenue for illicit human smuggling exceeds, let this sink in, $30 million a week. That's $120 million a month in the Del Rio sector alone, Mr. Speaker. These are the people that Joe Biden is encouraging and letting and enticing to come into our communities. We don't even know their background. And so I can't say with confidence that we trust the Biden administration to perform due process, as he calls it, in processing illegal aliens before releasing them into our communities, into our states, and into our nation. This administration has a deliberate strategy to keep the border open and continue the chaos. But Texas has had enough. Americans have had enough. Republicans are united to do whatever it takes to secure our southern border. It's so simple, Mr. Speaker. All that the Biden administration needs to do to deter illegals and stop this crisis is actually enforce laws already on the book. Fortunately, it's become painfully clear that President Biden prefers instead for 8 million or more illegal aliens to resettle in all 50 states and play a cynically partisan role in the future of American life by trying to make Democrats a permanent majority, or so they think. They refuse to acknowledge what we understand so clearly, Mr. Speaker, simply that Americans of all stripes, all walks, all persuasions want a secure border. These four things: end, catch, and release, Mr. President; build the wall, Mr. President; cease abuse of parole authority; reinstate, remain in Mexico, Mr. President. Those four things. It's just that simple. Secure the border, President Joe Biden. I thank the gentleman. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you to the gentleman from Texas. I echo his sentiment of how simple it can be. Simple, best for the American people. And it's just baffling that we can't have the administration understand this. So to continue on with this, again, appreciate so many credible members coming down and sharing their message from their own districts. From the Texas 36th District, Representative Bryan Babin will address us, and I yield so much time as you may consume.
Thank you very much, my good friend from Utah. Mr. Speaker, in all the years of my life, never would I ever had imagined that I would witness an American president using every resource available to him to unravel American national security. But that is our reality. Since Joe Biden's very first day in office, the American people have watched him repeatedly and deliberately turn a blind eye to the border crisis unfolding down at our southern border and even up in our northern border. As a result of his negligence, millions and millions of illegal aliens, including cartel members, terror suspects, human traffickers, deadly drugs, illicit weapons, and more, much more, have been allowed to enter the nation freely with fatal results for tens of thousands of American citizens, and even the migrants themselves. Monthly illegal alien apprehension all-time records have been set and then broken under this administration, which is, by the Department of Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas's own admission, is releasing upwards of 85% of those unlawfully crossing the border into the interior of the U.S. 85% of those apprehended at the border are released into the country. More than 242,400 illegals were encountered crossing the southern border last November, a 236% increase from November of 2020, and roughly the population of Scottsdale, Arizona. I could give an appropriate metaphor for December's historic border apprehensions, which reportedly have surpassed 302,000, but the administration has yet to make those public for sure. Knowing this, the president and his cronies would still have us believe that the southern border is somehow secure. which leads me to think that either they do not know the definition of the word secure or they think the American people are stupid. My bet is on the latter, especially when you look at the dramatic dip in illegal border crossings this month. We were at the border 2 weeks ago with our speaker, and inexplicably, before we got there, numbers had dropped mysteriously. The White House would most likely have you believe that this decline in daily border encounters is the outcome of policy change, but Americans are not stupid. This is nothing more than another facade to fool the public into thinking that the left has finally come to its senses on border security. Don't fall for it. Nothing could be further from the truth. Whatever backhanded deal this administration has suddenly made with Mexico for a temporary period of time has nothing to do with your safety and everything to do with the optics surrounding a particular event taking place this November, a certain national election. The only way, and the only way, to end this border crisis is to implement policies that stop incentivizing illegal immigration by finishing the border wall, by ending catch and release, by closing asylum loopholes, by blocking the exploitation of the Department of Homeland Security's CBP One app, and restoring interior enforcement, and more. All policies that this administration and congressional Democrats clearly have no intention of doing on a permanent basis whatsoever. I could go on, but the bottom line is this. The fate of America's sovereignty and very existence rests with its people, whose votes this November will make that determination of whether America survives as we know it, as the great beacon of freedom shining on the hill for the rest of the world to see and emulate. I will never falter, and I will continue working to close the southern border and hold this administration to account. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Thank you to the gentleman from Texas for his very clear message on navigating and solving this issue. Again, I reiterate, there are simple policy fixes that would take off an enormous amount of strain at our southern border. These policies, we've seen them. We've got the data to show that they're effective, and I don't want to oversimplify it because I know this is Congress, but the immediate fixes can be so simple. And we have to quit empowering the cartels to put people in these situations. So again, thank you to Representative Babin. Next, I will yield to the gentleman from Tennessee, from the 6th District of Tennessee, so much time as he may consume, to the Representative John Rose. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the gentleman from Utah, Vice Chairman Moore, for yielding and for claiming time this evening to discuss these important issues facing our nation. Mr. Speaker, Tennesseans across the state will travel to Washington to March for Life in our nation's capital later this week. I've had the opportunity to meet many of these people at various pro-life events throughout the years. As they make the trek, I want them to know that this week, House Republicans are standing up for life on the House floor. Thanks to Republican leadership, the House will consider two pieces of pro-life legislation: the Pregnant Students' Rights Act and the Supporting Pregnant and Parenting Women and Families Act. Both bills are important steps toward ensuring that every child has the right to live and is protected. The Pregnant Students' Rights Act would require colleges and universities to disperse information to both prospective and enrolled students on the rights and resources available for pregnant students. Too often, college students make the irreversible decision to have an abortion because they are unaware of resources that would support an alternative decision. This bill ensures that they have important information on their options and rights while pregnant. The Supporting Pregnant and Parenting Women and Families Act would block an out-of-touch proposed Biden administration rulemaking that could prohibit states from giving temporary assistance for needy families, or TANF funds, to pregnancy centers that support the life of both the mother and the unborn child. Pregnancy resource centers provide miracles for children and mothers seeking assistance with pregnancy and raising a child. The last thing the Biden administration should be doing is implementing rules that discourage their use. These bills are in addition to steps House Republicans have already taken to protect the sanctity of life, like passing the Born Alive, Abortion Survivors Protection Act, and a resolution supporting crisis pro-life organizations that have been attacked, like one recently in recent years in Nashville. I was honored to speak in support of this resolution when it was brought to the floor last year, and I was a proud co-sponsor of the Born Alive Abortion Survivors Protection Act. Just because Roe v. Wade was overturned does not mean our work fighting for the life of children, for all children, is over. In fact, our work has just begun. As a pro-life father of two young sons, Guy and Sam, I will always stand for the right to life. Thank you, Vice Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rose, for your message and your heartfelt message on a very important week for this particular topic. Excellent. Yes, sir. No, we will now get a chance to hear from the gentleman from South Carolina, my former colleague on defense matters extraordinaire. Appreciate all of his work on that regard. From the South Carolina 2nd District, Mr. Joe Wilson. You'll do as much time as you may consume.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and we all appreciate the great work and leadership of Congressman Moore of Utah as he is conducting tonight's special order. As the anniversary approaches for the 1973 infamous Supreme Court ruling Roe v. Wade, I was grateful to attend proudly pro-life events at the South Carolina State House in Columbia 2 weeks ago, supporting mothers and children. As a part of that weekend, I joined South Carolina Lieutenant Governor Pamela Evett, South Carolina Attorney General Alan Wilson, State Senator Mike Reichenbach of Florence, and other state leaders for the 50th March for Life. The march began at the Russell House and on the University of South Carolina campus, and a rally began on the State House grounds. It was well attended by many supporters despite very cold weather. Founded by the South Carolina Citizens for Life in 1974, the group is a state affiliate of the National Right to Life Committee, the largest single-issue right to life organization in the nation. It exists solely to protect innocent human life from abortion, infanticide, assisted suicide, and euthanasia while supporting mother and child. Courageous leaders in South Carolina are Holly Gatling, Lisa Van Riper, and Sally Zaleski. I am grateful that my eldest grandson, Addison Wilson III, several years ago participated in the National Right to Life March with classmates of the Holy Trinity Classical Christian School of Beaufort, South Carolina. Through the legal and peaceful means of education, legislation, and political action, South Carolina Citizens for Life works to restore the right to life of the preborn and to protect the lives of medically vulnerable individuals, including elderly, disabled, mentally ill, chronically ill, and terminally ill persons. After the U.S. Supreme Court correctly overturned Roe v. Wade, state legislators have become the determinators of abortion access. South Carolina, with strong bipartisan support in the General Assembly, is a right-to-work state. Additionally, South Carolina is upholding the state's ban on abortion after a fetal heartbeat is detected, as interpreted by the South Carolina Supreme Court. South Carolina Attorney General Alan Wilson, in a statement, welcomed the decision, saying, quote, "The right to life is foremost and absolutely must be protected and prioritized," end of quote. This law protects life by prohibiting abortions after a fetal heartbeat has been detected, with exceptions for rape or incest during the first 12 weeks of pregnancy, medical emergencies, or fetal anomalies. Upon signing the bill into law, Governor Henry McMaster said, quote, "This is a great day for life in South Carolina, but the fight is not over. We stand ready to defend this legislation against all challenges and are confident it will succeed. The right to life must be preserved, and we will do everything we can to protect it, according to the governor. It is said that Biden has abandoned his pro-life position to support extremist, radical, murderous abortion of babies up to the time of birth. This is infanticide, killing viable babies, which is condemned across the world, except in dictatorial China and dictatorial North Korea. In conclusion, God bless our troops who have protected America for 20 years since the 9/11 attacks. Sadly, we are currently, due to the appeasement in Afghanistan, the global war on terrorism continues, with Afghanistan as a safe haven for terrorists to bring more attacks to America with Biden open borders. All Americans must be alerted to the terrorist attacks could be imminent and are imminent in America as warned by the FBI. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Appreciate your message on this, again, this very important week. I will now yield so much time as he may consume to the gentleman from California, California 1st District, Mr. Doug LaMalfa.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Appreciate you leading us here tonight. Indeed, a lot of important issues, but we know January is typically a month of action on people that believe in being pro-life or those that are pro-abortion. As we know, in January of 1973, that's when the Roe v. Wade decision was arbitrarily legislated by the Supreme Court, I believe by a vote of 7-2, to somehow make abortion a law instead of leaving that up to state legislators. Well, that was overturned after many, many years. And it is now in the hand of legislators to actually do the legislating and search their souls on whether they think an unborn baby is actually a life or something else. Many people have stood up around this country to have their voices heard on the wrongness of that decision. And you find that in rallies and marches like happen all over the country and happened right here in D.C. in January. So people have certainly made their voices heard, and I think it was successful in a court that actually decided to interpret the Constitution. The science supports that life begins at conception. We know as early as 5 weeks in the womb, babies have a heartbeat. Some states, some jurisdictions are deciding that would be the point, at least to start to acknowledge it's a life. Their brain and circulatory systems are beginning to develop. 10 weeks in the womb, they have arms, legs, fingers, and toes. They can jump and they can kick if startled. At 15 weeks in the womb, babies have fully developed hearts and can taste, yawn, and hiccup. By this time, their brain is developed enough to feel and respond to pain. That's why we've seen pain-capable legislation at that level. So if this isn't life, then what is? Thanks to advances in modern medicine and science, the humanity of a child in the womb is undeniable, if it wasn't already commonsensibly. And denying this reality undermines the very foundation of our ethical principles of science. Trust the science, we hear in other quarters. I believe that each one of these innocent souls was created by God in his divine vision, and we must stand up against the left's radical, extreme, and immoral abortion agenda that wants to allow for discriminatory abortions at any point in a pregnancy, even on the baby's basis of sex, race, disability, even including late-term abortions for babies that would be able to survive perfectly fine outside of the womb, which that number is moving lower and lower in the number of weeks which they have viability. We must uphold the value, dignity, and potential of every person's life. Choosing life also means protecting women's health and their families. Yes, protecting health doesn't necessarily mean abortions that you would hear on the left, because there's side effects that can affect the woman as well. This week, the House is considering 2 pro-life bills aimed at supporting expectant mothers, helping them choose life. H.R. 6918, the Supporting Pregnant and Parenting Women and Families Act, would strike down the Department of Health and Human Services' proposed rule that would prohibit funding for pregnancy centers. It speaks volumes that the Biden administration wants their tax dollars to go towards abortion, but not pregnancy centers, which provide invaluable services and provide both sides of the story to a prospective mother. Those resources expectant mothers who want to keep their children. I've visited these centers before and I've seen the good work and the good cheer, the good attitude they have on actually helping a woman in a difficult decision to have all the facts, all the effects are known. They provide pregnancy counseling and information about pregnancy, offering free pregnancy testing and sometimes even clothing and supplies for the newborns. The other bill, H.R. 6914, the Pregnant Students' Rights Act, requires higher education institutes to provide prospective and enrolled pregnant students with a list of nearby resources for new and expectant mothers, as well as available accommodations on campus. Indeed, both sides of the story, not just the abortion one. The bill is critical to ensure that mothers don't have to give up their education and can further careers while indeed starting a family. Being pro-life means supporting initiatives that provide resources for pregnant women, promoting adoption as a loving option, and advocating for policies that protect the unborn, humans. Abortion is a gruesome act that destroys families, harms women's health, murders the innocent. I will fight for the unborn, the sanctity of life, and traditional family values because I think that's the right way to be in the eyes of God. I yield back.
Thank you to the gentleman from California. Appreciate your message, particularly on this week again. Finally, I yield so much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Florida's 4th Congressional District, Representative Aaron Bean, for a special message.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much, and a very good evening to you and Mr. Speaker. It's a great week to honor life. But what about the secret to life? Most people spend their whole lives chasing the secret to life, but Chris Bryan figured it out early. Family and community and caring about others. I rise today to honor the meaningful life of Christina Chris Bryan. If you called her Christina, then you were a salesman from out of town. A true friend and longtime mentor of mine, Chris Bryan was a shining example of everything wonderful about Northeast Florida. Throughout her life, she wholeheartedly invested in her family and friends and embodied the virtues of service, grit, determination, and generosity. Born and raised in Fernandina Beach, Chris was a pillar of her community for the better part of a century. Chris dedicated her life to service. She was a key member of so many community organizations, including the Gator Booster Board of Directors, the YMCA, the Baptist Medical Center, Nassau County, the Fernandina Beach High School Foundation, the Nassau County Council on Aging. Chris was also involved heavily at the Memorial United Methodist Church. To speaking from experience, Mr. Speaker, you may know this, I do charity auctions and have done a ton. One of my secrets to raising a lot of money is having Chris and the Bryan family in the audience, because I knew if she and they were there, it was going to be a big night for the charity because of her unmatched generosity. Although she'd made countless contributions to these organizations, many as a founder, her true legacy is the beautiful family she leaves behind. She is survived by her loving husband of 53 years, Bill Bryan, their daughters, Amy and Jenny, Jenny's husband, Hayward, and their grandchildren, Hayward and Liz. I'm told they had a wonderful Christmas Eve this year. She and Bill cooked and spent the evening listening to her family, talking about what was going on in their lives and letting her family know how much they were loved and cared for. We knew she was sick, but she was so positive in her treatment that few knew just how sick she was. She passed away peacefully at the age of 78, and I am devastated about her passing. Chris put her family and her community and friends first. She forged strong bonds with those around her, and that is the reason why it's so hard to say goodbye. I count myself blessed and lucky to have called her a friend. I take heart in knowing that she is in a much better place, suffering no more. Revelation 21:4 says, "He will wipe away every tear from their eyes, and death shall be no more. Neither shall there be mourning, nor crying, nor pain anymore, for the former things have passed away. Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to ask my colleagues to join me in celebrating the radiant life of Chris Bryan. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you to the gentleman. Every one of our constituents, the people that we serve, deserve that type of attention, and I appreciate you for highlighting the wonderful life that she lived. Mr. Speaker, I'll wrap up briefly just by saying House Republicans have an incredible focus this week, keeping the focus on finding the solutions needed at the border and pressuring and pleading with President Biden to just take a look at what's been done in the past. We've got policies that existed in the previous administration that worked, and they limited border activity and cartel activity. And these things are simple, and we need them reinstated, and embracing these things is what the American people need. And lastly, we've got very important bills on the floor this week related to supporting women, parents, babies as women make incredibly tough choices, finding the support they need in various ways, whether they're in school, whether they're in their community, whether they're working, whatever the circumstance may be. These children need a chance to have every opportunity they deserve, and we're focused on building out sound legislation that addresses that this week. Thank you to my colleagues for sharing their messages. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'll yield back the remainder of my time to the chair.
The gentleman yields back. Members are reminded to direct their remarks to the chair and not to a perceived viewing audience. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9, 2023, the chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Murphy, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to submit extraneous materials.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, in 1965, a program called Medicare was incepted. It was offering health benefits to those over age 65. At first, physicians were very, very suspicious of allowing so much government intervention in medicine. But after a while, more and more physicians doing their duty to take care of patients accepted it. The sad fact and the problem is that Medicare now is what they, in 1965, were very afraid of, that so much of government has gotten into medical issues. Medicare does not, and this is the main problem, Medicare does not reimburse the cost of care for patients. This is the real access issue. We're not really talking about paying physicians. We're talking about access to care. This year, CMS is proposing a 3.37 cut to the physician fee schedule. It'll be about 20% cut over the last 20 years. Doctors want to see physicians, want to see Medicare patients, but they simply won't be able to, and this is going to affect access to care. For our first speaker today, I'd like to recognize my good friend, Dr. Joyce from Pennsylvania, board certified in internal medicine and dermatology, for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding and for holding this special order to discuss the issues of the impact of the Medicare cuts. In rural communities, like where I serve in South Central and Southwestern Pennsylvania, seniors rely on Medicare to see their doctors, to fill their prescriptions, to take an ambulance in case of an emergency. Now, these patients are in serious danger of losing access to their trusted healthcare providers. Medicare pay cuts, when compiled with a 4.6% medical inflation, results in increased barriers to care for Medicare beneficiaries. Let's be clear about what these cuts mean for a Medicare patient. And these cuts, for everyone's information, have already gone into effect January 1st. These cuts mean that rural and small providers will be forced to restrict access to Medicare patients and, in dire cases, be unable to keep their doors open at all. As a doctor, I understand firsthand the negative impact that these significant year-after-year cuts mean to rural providers. Now, extrapolate that and then compound that with already existing workforce shortages in underserved areas like my district in rural Pennsylvania, I can assure you the repercussions are dire. These cuts jeopardize physicians' ability to provide quality care for elderly patients in our communities. When physicians who participate in Medicare are increasingly being forced to do more with less, it is ultimately the patient who will suffer. These cuts will accelerate practice consolidation and force patients into higher cost settings for care. It will mean longer travel time, longer wait time for patients to see their family doctor, to see a surgeon, to see a specialist. As physicians and as legislators, we have an obligation to work to find a solution for Medicare patients. Congress must step in and address these cuts before they do any additional damage to our healthcare system. I thank the gentleman for holding this special order, and I yield.
Thank you, Dr. Joyce. Next up is Dr. Michael Burgess, one of the doctor co-chairs. He's been a stalwart in the chamber for 20-plus years as a physician, retired OBGYN. Dr. Burgess, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Dr. Murphy, and thank you for bringing us together tonight. You know, I'm here tonight not just because I'm a member of Congress in the 26th Congressional District, but I'm also a doc. I practiced for 25 years back home. I'm a Medicare patient. I know firsthand how hard it can be to find a doctor that still accepts Medicare. And I will tell you, there's nothing more injurious to our medical system here in this country than the repetitive cuts that this administration has delivered to the doctors of this country. In November, the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services finalized a 3.5% cut in physician payments for this year, 2024, a decision that took place at January 1st of this year, a blow to the very backbone of our health care. As a member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, we had a historic event last month. We marked up a doc fix and a budget neutrality bill. The GOP Doctors Caucus and the Energy and Commerce Committee took action to address the challenges by passing H.R. 6545, which was a Physician Fee Schedule Update and Improvement Act. And that bill includes a conversion factor update, as well as provisions from H.R. 6371, the Provider Stability Act, also led by the GOP Doctors Caucus. These provisions make needed changes to the budget neutrality requirement, allowing for long-term sustainability within the physician's fee schedule. These are significant steps, and the urgency cannot be overstated. January 1st, those lower rates went into effect. CMS has said they're going to hold payments until Congress acts, but if we don't act pretty darn quick, they'll have to remit. They'll have to remit at the lower level. The doctors can never go back and recoup the money that they should have been paid. This is a crisis that's not necessary. We can fix this. We can fix this in the CR. Unfortunately, congressional Democrats, minority leader on the House side, Senate Finance Chairman on the Senate side are blocking this very simple fix from occurring. It's wrong. It needs to change. I thank the gentleman for convening this hour. I yield back.
Thank you, Dr. Burgess. It's about access. It's about access. Physicians want to see Medicare patients, but if you do not pay the bills, they can't keep the doors open. So next, my good friend, Dr. Wenstrup from the great state of Ohio, board-certified pediatric surgery, will have up to 2 minutes.
Thank you, Dr. Murphy. You know, America and members of Congress really need to understand the impact these recent cuts to the Medicare physician fee schedule will have on patient access to health care across the country. The cuts that took place January 1st, 2024, took effect impacting providers everywhere. Providers have to continue to bear the cost of the many challenges that arose during and after the pandemic, including staffing shortages, supply chain shortages, continued rising inflation. Yet, as the cost of providing care continues to rise, the reimbursement to physicians who provide that care continue to be cut. They can't keep this up. And here's the scary part. Doctors retire early. Some reduce Medicare patients out of survival for their practice or stop seeing them at all. And they hate that. They quit taking call. They go to a cash-only practice in order to keep their doors open. If we don't act swiftly to address these cuts now and in the long term, patients are going to suffer the most. The physician shortage will continue to rise. Hospitals and independent community-based providers will continue to shut their doors, and America's seniors will be left with no option for high-quality, affordable health care. Rural communities and underserved areas will become healthcare deserts. You know, I urge congressional leadership to put the health of America first. Ensure that patients and Medicare beneficiaries have access to the providers who care for them. We've got to stop these cuts. Every cut the government makes affects the entire United States. We're one great nation, but we become a less healthy nation. This is just one issue that gets in the way of our goal to make the United States of America the healthiest nation on this planet. With that, I yield back.
Thank you, Dr. Winstrup. We're experiencing a doctor shortage, and it's going to get worse and worse and worse, driving physicians out because they no longer are able to be paid for their services, or forcing them into employment destroys the historical great quality of medicine in America. Next, I'd like to recognize my good friend from the Ways and Means Committee, Mr. Jimmy Panetta, for up to 2 minutes.
Thank you, Dr. Murphy. I appreciate that. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to talk about a very pressing issue that not only have we heard about throughout our country, but especially in the 19th Congressional District of California, which I represent. And that really is the decreasing amount of reimbursement rates to Medicare providers. It is an issue, unfortunately, that then threatens the care for many senior citizens that I represent. Now, as the proud representative of California's 19th, it's a place where the cost of living, unfortunately, can be pretty high. Not just for families, not just for workers, but for doctors as well. So we in the 19th are already facing challenges when it comes to keeping enough medical providers around to care for our seniors. It's actually a problem throughout California, where not only is the cost of living too high, but also Medicare reimbursements are way too low. 76% of California physicians report that Medicare no longer covers their costs to provide care. That puts more than 6.5 million Californians enrolled in Medicare at risk, as many primary care doctors are not even taking new Part B patients. A key driver of this is how Medicare isn't reimbursing physicians enough. This past year, Medicare expenses rose 4.6%. In the past 2 decades, payments to providers have declined 26%, while costs to providers have risen 47%, according to the AMA. What's worse is that when CMS updates payment rates for its billing codes under Part B, that creates many unsustainable cuts for too many providers and leads to way too many scheduled decreases to Medicare physician reimbursement. Because of that, we're seeing physicians take on fewer Medicare patients, and we all know what that means, that there are more seniors with fewer health care options. Now, fortunately, thanks to the leadership of Dr. Murphy and other members of Congress who have come together in a bipartisan fashion for a temporary fix. Legislation that would provide an offset for the cuts to providers so that our providers keep getting reimbursed appropriately, so that we can keep providers in our communities, and so that providers can keep serving the needs of seniors. I'm proud to work with Representative Murphy on the Ways and Means Committee for this straightforward fix to this problem. But this Congress needs to act with urgency, as these cuts have already taken effect. Ultimately, we need a long-term solution to this issue by ensuring that Medicare reimbursement is keeping up with inflation and the system is streamlined so that physicians can continue to care for our patients. We can't underestimate how Medicare plays an essential role in the health of senior citizens. That's why Congress must ensure that in order for it to continue to be that cornerstone of health care, we must provide for our providers with the proper reimbursement so that our seniors can get the proper health care. I appreciate Dr. Murphy's leadership on this, and I look forward to working with many of our colleagues on both sides of the aisle to do our job by making sure the federal government works for our constituents, by ensuring that Medicare always allows for our providers to care for our senior citizens. Thank you, Dr. Murphy.
Thank you, Representative Panetta. As you can see, Mr. Speaker, this is obviously a bipartisan issue. We care about our constituents, but we also care about the health of our constituents. 10,000 Americans each day are added to the Medicare roll. And again, with such a doctor shortage, and you're adding more and more individuals who don't pay the bill, and their Medicare doesn't pay the bills, it is harder and harder to take care of them. Next, I'd like to recognize another physician friend of mine, Representative Barra from the great state of California, for 2 minutes to discuss the difficult problem we're facing today.
Thank you, Dr. Murphy. Over 30 years ago, I graduated from medical school, and as you're kind of figuring out what you want to do as a resident, I chose to become a primary care internal medicine doctor. And the rationale for that decision was to take care of our seniors, our moms, dads, grandparents, and so forth, and love the job. You put that white coat on, you're there, you're able to help people immediately. That's the joy of being a doctor. But when I talk to my colleagues today, the practice of medicine's gotten harder and harder. The administrative burdens, the lack of reimbursement, the cost of care, the amount of physician burnout. That's not why we went to medical school. That's not why we went to this profession. We went to the profession to take care of folks. But if you can't cover your expenses, if you can't give the necessary care to those individual patients, to our parents and grandparents, then it becomes hard. It becomes challenging. Now, we've got to fix this. We've got to at least make sure the cost of care, what we give our providers, our doctors, keeps pace with inflation. You see it in every other aspect of healthcare, yet physician reimbursement is going in the wrong direction. All we're asking for is to keep up with the pace of inflation and allow our doctors, America's doctors, to take care of our senior citizens. These are folks that have worked their entire life. They paid into Medicare. They just want routine care. So let's do what's right. Let's actually fix this. Let's do a temporary fix in this Congress. We can do it. We've got a few weeks left to get that done. But then let's actually come together as Democrats and Republicans, take a look at it, come up with new ideas so there's predictability, so America's seniors and America's doctors can take care of our patients. Thank you. And again, thank you for your leadership, Dr. Murphy.
Thank you, Dr. Barry. You point out just such a perfect issue. We're depriving access to patients, then we're developing more and more concierge medicine, which is wonderful for those who can't afford it. But for those who can't afford to go and see one of these cash doctors, and you can't get into a doctor's office because they can't take more Medicare patients, guess what happens? They get driven to emergency departments where more costly care goes on. We have to stop this nonsense. Next, I'd like to recognize my friend Dr. Schreier from the great state of Washington, a pediatrician who'd like to speak on this issue. Dr. Schreier, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Dr. Murphy. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak about fair physician reimbursement, to urge my colleagues to immediately address the physician fee schedule cuts that went into effect on January 1st, and in a broader sense, address chronically lagging Medicare physician reimbursement. Fundamentally, fair reimbursement respects the work that physicians do, and it keeps those physicians' practices open and available to patients so that seniors and others can get the care they need. Over the past 22 years, adjusting for inflation, physicians have essentially taken a 26% pay cut from Medicare, and this is in the context of everything else increasing, with expenses up about 47%. I cannot think of another profession whose compensation has dropped by 26% over 2 decades. If we continue down this path, we will soon find ourselves with loved ones or ourselves unable to find a physician because physician offices will close. Because of CMS rules, on January 1st, physicians just took a 3.4% cut in Medicare reimbursement. The least we can do is reverse that. Last month, I co-led a letter with my colleagues encouraging a fix to this. In addition, there's another way to do it. I co-led a bill that passed out of the Energy and Commerce Committee that would level physician reimbursement from Medicare and keep it essentially unchanged this year. Physicians are nervous, and fundamentally, we need a longer-term solution, and that means we need Medicare reimbursement to keep pace with inflation. That is how we will keep these practices open. We're already seeing practices closing or getting consolidated, closing in rural communities and small towns. Without adequate reimbursement, we are going to see more of this, find offices closing, and that will result in patients, seniors, and others who require or depend on Medicare not being able to access the high-quality care they need. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Dr. Schreier. Mr. Speaker, if you owned a hardware store and you sold hammers, and the hammers cost $1 a piece, but you had to sell them for 40 cents a piece, how long would you sell hammers? You wouldn't sell them very long, because it just doesn't make financial sense, and you literally can't just give money and walk money out the door. Unfortunately, this is what's happening with Medicare patients. Physicians want to take care of their patients. They're caring individuals. But when the numbers don't matter, you just can't do it. Next, I'd like to recognize Dr. McCormick, emergency room physician from the great state of Georgia, to talk on this issue.
Thank you.
You have 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Murphy. Mr. Speaker, it is rare in this chamber, especially recently, that you find a bipartisan effort, especially one that's all about the people. In this case, it is about the people. You've seen several physicians and several people from different committees from all over the nation agree on one thing. We're not doing the right thing. By cutting Medicare payments to individual practitioners, we've done the opposite of the right thing. We will consolidate health care. You lose the cheapest way to deliver health care to the most people. Right now, hospital systems employ 71% of all physicians, and that's going up every year. Physicians deliver health care at the lowest possible rate. That's a fact. By doing the Medicaid payment cuts just to physicians, not to hospital systems, just to physicians at this quantity, you're forcing more physicians to work for hospitals, which means less competition and higher prices. That's the end-all, be-all to what this is going to happen right now. It's not going to save money. It's going to mean more consolidations, more monopolistic practices, higher prices, and worse access because physicians simply won't be out there to accept you as patients. You'll have people retire. You'll have people go out of business. And when those physicians aren't there to take care of you at the most rudimentary level, the best and most affordable level, you will have nothing but worse patient care and a worse environment for physicians. And so therefore, I do recommend, just like my colleagues, on both sides of the aisle, to do the right thing. If people in Congress on both sides of the aisle are demanding to do the right thing, why can't we make it happen? So I encourage all of us to stand with our fellow physicians and fellow bipartisan effort to pass efforts to not cut the Medicaid payments to physicians. And with that, I yield.
Thank you, Dr. McCormick. I'm happy to call you in a prescription for a Z-Pack, it sounds like. Mr. Speaker, how much time do we have left?
The gentleman has 9 minutes remaining.
9 minutes remaining. All right, just one quick thing. Mr. Speaker, I've seen Medicare patients for more than 30 years. I've had individuals come in my office after I've operated on them and cared for them in the hospital and apologize, flat out apologize for the lack of payment that we receive from Medicare. I tell them I do it because I love operating and taking care of people, but there's some point where you have to keep the lights on, you have to pay your nurses, and pay your mortgage. So next, I'd like to invite a good friend of mine, Dr. Harshbarger from the great state of Tennessee, to a doctor of pharmacy, to talk about the ridiculous cuts that are facing our colleagues as physicians.
Thank you, Dr. Murphy. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to address the rising cost of health care due to inflation and the need to address Medicare physician payments to ensure quality care for our seniors. Adjusting for inflation and practice costs, Medicare physician pay has declined over 25% since 2001. Despite this important statistic, Medicare payment updates are scheduled for all healthcare providers except physicians in 2024. Last November, CMS finalized a rule that would decrease Medicare reimbursements for physician services by 3.37% this year. Combined with 3 years of consecutive cuts to Medicare and the rising practice costs, Medicare payments have been cut by nearly 10%. And what physician will continue to practice when their salaries are being cut by 10%? It's critical that Congress takes action to address these unsustainable Medicare cuts immediately in order to ensure that patients continue receiving quality care. The negative effects of these cuts will hit our seniors living in rural areas the hardest, areas that already face significant health care challenges. As a community pharmacist in one of the country's most rural districts and co-chair of the Rural Health Care Caucus, I urge the House and Senate to act swiftly on passing legislation that will stabilize Medicare payments to physicians and other providers to ensure that our seniors maintain access to quality health care. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you, Dr. Harshbarger. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to recognize we submitted a bill, H.R. 6683, a couple weeks ago, and while ENC was able to do a 1.25%, keep the cut to that point, we're actually desiring to not allow the cut at all. We're taking money from the Medicare Improvement Fund, which is what the money is for. It's to solve problems within Medicare. Unfortunately, as this was a wonderful bipartisan discussion this evening, we're oftentimes imprisoned, if we will, sometimes to the will of some of the leaders over in the Senate, sometimes here even in the House. Leaders over in the Senate didn't want anything for a doctor fix. They said Democratic leaders said, no, we want this huge wish list of things done, and we'll trade for that for the doctor fix. Well, guys, you can't take poison pills to try to help physicians. This is where there should not be politics whatsoever. We saw both sides tonight, Democrats and Republicans, speak about the health care of patients in this country. You know, at some point, it's going to snap. Some point, whether it be what Obamacare was trying to do, absolutely starve private practice so that everybody would either be bought out by private equity or have to be assumed by hospital systems, where, by the way, physicians don't work as efficiently, physicians cost more, and they see fewer patients, and it's a much, much less close to ownership care of patients. You know, when I was practicing full-time, if another doctor called me and said, hey, can you see somebody? My response was always, do you want me to see them today or tomorrow? The sad fact is, once physicians become employed, not only do they cost more to the system, the work ethic is not as good. That's just point blank what is seen. What we need to understand is that private practice is the most efficient way of delivering health care in this country, but it's also the one where we care the most. We follow up. We're always happy to see that next patient, make sure that we keep our doors open. So at this point, Mr. Speaker, we're going to approach a calamitous cliff, if you will, in the next 3 to 5 years with the number of surgeons that are available to take care of patients. I'm a urologist. I take care of disorders of the kidney, prostate, bladder, those type of things. We're the most critically short specialty in the country. Right now, the median age of individuals practicing urology is my age of 60. And if now we're not paying doctors enough to stay in business, they're going to quit. We're going to make a bad shortage even worse, and we have to pay those who take care of patients what they need to be paid. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the time, and I appreciate that this was a bipartisan discussion this evening, something that's easy to fix, easy for our leadership to fix. I ask that they do that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield back the remainder amount of my time.
The gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Grothman, for 30 minutes.
Here, we'll take this down so as not to confuse people. Thank you. I'd like to address a few issues tonight that have been brought to my attention by my constituents back home. First of all, I'd like to address the current policy of so much of the left of trying to encourage more and more people, and in California even require people to build electric vehicles. Now, I'm very concerned, given other policies, that we are making it harder and harder in America to become a member of the middle class. And one of the things that's kept America a free country is the fact that we've always had a large, strong middle class who, when they go to the polls, protect the freedoms our forefathers have given us. In order to become a member of the middle class, to me, you have to buy three things. You need a house, you need food, and in America today, you need a vehicle. And Americans have been in love with their cars for over 100 years, and that has been something owned by every not only member of the middle class, but even people who don't have as much money. I am very afraid that the high-income, left-wing liberal element has taken over the Democrat Party, and by pushing electric vehicles, that they are creating something that will be very, very difficult to achieve middle-class status. The first thing I want to point out, I've been alerted by some insurance agents that when you buy an electric vehicle, your insurance can go up 125%. That's right, 125%. Now, that is not something that the uber wealthy have to worry about. They've always got money to pay their bills. And quite frankly, it's not something that the incredibly poor people have to worry about because they, a lot of times, don't have any auto insurance anyway or try to find a way to get around it. However, for the average American to have their auto insurance go up 125% is devastating. And you are hitting the most responsible members of society. Not only is your cost of auto insurance going through the roof, but I am informed that the cost of a new vehicle, if you have to buy electric instead of buy the old gas engine, will also go up by 25%. So in one shot, the policies we're seeing in California, the policies we're encouraging on a national level, is going to make it much more difficult to buy that automobile that all Americans need, making it much more difficult to attain middle-class status, much more difficult to have enough money left over to have children. We also recently was brought to our attention, at least in Chicago, we've had a snap of a bit of a cold spell in the Midwest, that it is frequently true that when the weather gets cold enough, you cannot get a decent charge on these vehicles anyway. And even if you do get a charge, I'm told the maximum mileage you can make on a full charge may drop 35 or 40%. In other words, these vehicles, that may not be a problem for people in Hollywood. It may not be that big a problem for people on Martha's Vineyard, but I'll tell you, it's a big problem for people in a lot of America, including Wisconsin. And I think before we continue the laws which encourage more and more use of electrical vehicles, we ought to have a look and see how well they operate at times like today where the temperature is under 10 degrees in my district back home. It's time to stand up to the left-wing wealthy set who think it's all cool to buy an electrical vehicle because they've always got enough money to deal with the insurance, deal with the high cost, and probably have another car that they can use when the temperature gets below zero. But for the average person, this is really a body blow as you try to achieve the middle class. The next thing I'm going to deal with is an issue I touched on briefly last week, and I think some people wrote about it incorrectly. And that's with regard to anchor babies. Anchor babies are babies that somebody who comes here is not a citizen but has a child, and by custom today, we are calling those children U.S. citizens. But this is not guaranteed under the U.S. Constitution, and it's important that all Americans understand it is not guaranteed under the Constitution. people get the idea that you should be able to come here, have a baby, and go back to China or go back to wherever, and that child will immediately become an American citizen. They get that from looking to the 14th Amendment of the United States. And to understand why this did not create birthright citizenship, you have to look when the 14th Amendment was passed and why it was passed. At the time when the Civil War wrapped up, and so many Americans fought and died in the Civil War. I had at least 2 ancestors myself who fought in the Civil War. But at that time, there was concern that as the other party regained power, that they would claim that since black people who were slaves at the time in the South, that the southern states would claim that they were not citizens and their children were not citizens, because, of course, at the time you became a citizen if your parents were citizens. So they passed the 14th Amendment to make sure that if you were in this country when that child was born, that child was a citizen. Of course, it was designed to make sure that some of the people of the South didn't want to give up the fight, that they did not try to say that if your parents were slaves, you were therefore not citizens. It was not designed, and it makes no sense to say it was designed, that if somebody wanted to come here from another country and just have a child and return back home, that child would automatically become American citizen. That would make no sense. There are 2 Supreme Court cases that misinform people, sometimes try to confuse people into thinking we have birthright citizenship in this country. One of those cases was in 1898, in which the court case revolved around people who were here legally, legal citizens, having a child and saying that then that child was a citizen. I don't really think that's what the people, the Congress after the Civil War meant, but at least it was restricted to people who were legal citizens here. Later on, there was some dicta put in there by a Justice Brennan, which is not binding on anybody, talking about birthright citizenship. And of course, Justice Brennan was one of the most far-left justices we had in my lifetime. But in any event, that was a case not reaching the decision on birthright citizenship. That was just some language that Justice Brennan threw in a decision, but is not determinative. So when we look at this, we should rely on our common sense. In America today, well, there are bills out there, and I have co-sponsored the bill to get rid of birthright citizenship. Any president, if they want to, can say that the 14th Amendment solely applies to situations which were anticipated by the Congress after the Civil War. And of course, there are really none of those situations left today, because all the children of slaves have long since passed away. But it is scandalous that people will take the work done by that Congress, including people who were related to and were so familiar with the people who gave all to end slavery in this country, that they would try to take this amendment designed to protect children of slaves and claim that it creates a situation in which you have a tourist industry in which somebody can fly here from Asia, come up here from Latin America, just step across the border, have a child 1 week after you're here, go back home, and forever that child's an American citizen. That obviously makes no sense. And insofar as journalists try to confuse the public, you have to remember that the Supreme Court decision in the 1890s was not all-encompassing, was not intended to be all-encompassing, and the Supreme Court decision in which there was some dicta put in there by Justice Brennan is also not binding. and we should pass legislation if we have to, but hopefully we'll get a good president in here who will get rid of birthright citizenship, because the idea that somebody who just comes across the border can have an American citizen child makes no sense. My final comment for the day is with regard to a hearing we had earlier, and that hearing was with regard to deportations or the lack of deportations under President Biden. You know, a lot has been talked about with regard to the huge number of people who are crossing the southern border. And I've talked many times at this microphone that we have gone from under 20,000 people coming here a month 3 years ago to right now over 300,000 people being left in the country every month. But it's not as publicized that not only are we trying to change America by letting an unlimited number of people come here, but we're also trying to change America by not deporting people even after they've committed crimes. And right now, we have dropped from a situation in which over 250,000 people were being deported during the Trump administration. And perhaps people will remember that under President Trump, he was rightly criticized for not deporting enough people. One of the few times the Republican Party stood up and was critical of President Trump. But after getting over 250,000 people deported a year, that has fallen now to under 75,000. So we're in a situation in which we're at about 1/4 the number of people being deported as we're being deported 3 years ago. So not only are we changing America by letting so many people in here, we're also trying to change America by not kicking out people who I think the average American citizen wish would have been deported. And I hope this is something that our leadership team in negotiating the appropriation bills with the Democrats at this time bring to the floor and insist President Biden deport people at least at the low rate that President Trump was deporting people. And when you see there are less deportations today, that's at a time when there's so many more people that you could deport, so many more people committing crimes, so many more people we wouldn't want to have here. So I call upon President Biden to look out for the future of America, to look out for the future of your children, and not only not let so many people in the country who we have not vetted, but begin to remove the people that we used to remove after they had committed crimes in America. So there are 3 issues that I don't think have been adequately covered in the press, both the degree to which the electric vehicle scandal is going to put vehicles beyond the reach of the middle class or create a situation in which you have to spend so much on vehicles, you won't have enough money for food, you won't have enough money for a house, and you won't have as much money as you should to have children. And the next issue for the press to cover is the lack of deportations in this country, which goes hand in hand with the unlimited people crossing the southern border. And finally, I hope we cover a little bit more accurately the laws in this country with regarding citizenship, birthright citizenship. We should not say that someone can come in here from another country, fly in on an American airline, have a baby within a week, go back home, and forever that child is an American citizen. Thank you, and I ask that we adjourn if we could.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. According to the House, accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning for our debate.